The Louie T Network is powered by MusicHead University. MusicHeads, classes in session. Turn me up. Enroll on YouTube now. Link is in the description.
Who else could it be but me, your man, Louie T? Welcome to the Command Post Live. You know what it is. Post up. Take command. I, of course, am your Commander-in-Chief, Louie T. Thank you for joining me. Whew. Last day of August, guys. What an offseason it has been. One for the record books, I must say. And we are going to celebrate tonight not only the start of the regular season, which I think this is going to be one hell of a ride this year. I think we're going to have as much fun as we had in 2012, but I think the difference this year is we won't have to be 3-6 before we, turn it up. But I think it's going to feel like 2012 all over again in terms of the excitement. And, the thing that made 2012 so special, if you can recall what that felt like in the moment, was you found yourself thinking about Robert Griffin III and what his play in that rookie season meant for the next decade, right? That's why 2012 was so magical. It wasn't just the season itself. Even if Washington hadn't gone on that magical 7-game win streak to end the season with all the big wins in there against the Eagles and the Giants and the Cowboys twice, once on Thanksgiving, even if they didn't complete that, after his injury, let's say we go to Cleveland and lose, or, Robert comes off the injury against Philadelphia and can't get it done because that was a closer game than it should have been. It still would have left a taste in your mouth. And you know what? Who knows what would have happened had he not gotten injured in that, playoff game, right? But that's nor here nor there. You just remember in that moment being excited, not just for what we were witnessing, but thinking about they got to deal with this shit for the next decade plus. We're set. We got a quarterback. That was part of the excitement of 2012. I think that's what's going to also heighten the excitement of this season when we're winning. But we'll get to that a little bit later on in the show. I want to start by looking at some of the moves Washington made, because quietly they made a couple of moves this morning, kind of slipped it under the little waiver wire or whatever. And if you weren't paying attention, you might have missed them. So let's take a look at that first before we get to any of the festivities tonight. So these roster moves were announced early this morning, like 9:15 in the morning. Like generally you don't get moves announced that early, but they made these moves happen. And we heard from Ron again today, and we've heard from Ron every single day this week. I think, every day, because Monday we heard from Ron. No, it was Tuesday. Tuesday was the first day we heard from Ron. No, I think we heard from Ron Monday. I'm not sure. We did. It was Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, because he was with Martin Mayhew on Tuesday after the 53-man rosters were announced. Then it was him by himself after practice Wednesday, and then again today. They were in shells, and he spoke after practice again today. So the Washington Commanders placed the following players on reserved injured list. So let me clarify one thing. If you're put on IR prior to the 53-man roster being finalized, you are out for the season, i.e. Braden Daniels, placed on IR before the 53-man rosters were set. He's done for the season. They don't have to worry about him, okay? When you're put on IR after the 53-man rosters have been set, which these two have been, then it's short-term IR. So they can't play in the first 4 games of the season. They'll be eligible to return after week 4. And so I expect both of them to be back, is essentially what I'm telling you. So a little disappointed in Fedarian Mathis's injury. he'd been gone for so long. I think he injured himself in the first preseason game against the Browns. You would love for him to have been healthy. That's over. By the time we start the season, it would have been over a month since that injury. That first preseason game was, if I'm not mistaken, early in the second week of August. We'll be in the second week of September when we play next week. You would have loved for him to have healed by then. So that was a significant calf strain that he was dealing with. And he'll miss the first 4 games. Let's hope that when he comes back, he's injury-free and he's able to play and contribute, because it's been really disappointing the first 2 years of his career to this point. You know, played all of possession in his rookie season, and now he's going to miss the first 4 games at a bare minimum. We can't even assume that after he's eligible to return from the IR list, the PUP list rather, which is essentially what he's on, but we'll call it short-term IR, that he'll be ready to play. He could miss another game or two. They might hit us with we gotta work on his conditioning, and so he won't be ready yet. So we don't really know when we'll get Fedarian Mathis back. As far as F.A. Obata is concerned, that's really concerning for me, because with Chase Young's injury and us not knowing the status of Chase Young and his status for week 1 being up in the air, F.A. is one of my favorite, guys off the bench. So, I know we got Casey Tuhill, we got James Smith-Williams, we got the 2 rookies. I don't think KJ Henry will be up on game days, but that's nor here nor there. F.A. is my guy. I like F.A. Obata, and the fact that he's not going to be out there is with Chase being a question mark, you're starting to push, the limits of your depth that you're comfortable with. And look, we got Andre Jones, you got KJ Henry if you need to make him active on game day. But am I comfortable with those guys being in the game? No, I'm not. I'd prefer to keep those guys at bay and let them continue to mature and grow and iron out some of the kinks. But F.A. being out, he's got a rotator cuff injury, is what we were told. Or no. That I'm thinking of Danny Johnson. He had it sounded like Ron said something about like a patella injury, I think. That his patella was sore at practice the other day. He tried to gut it out and he couldn't do it. And they had him evaluated, and it turns out that he had a significant injury to his patella tendon. It's not like ruptured, which would have ended his season, but he might have strained it or something. And they decided to go ahead and allow him to heal, which is the smart thing to do. What I don't want them to do is what they did with Curtis Samuel 2 years ago, or I'm afraid what might happen with Chase if he can't go. I don't want to go through the same saga we went through last year. That shit was annoying. It was taxing, and it was disappointing. Getting your hopes up week after week. Is this the week he's going to play? Only for him to not play. I don't want to go through that again. So let's hope that Chase is back sooner rather than later. But for the meantime, those 2 guys have been placed on IR, which opens up 2 roster spots. So in the interim, Abdullah Anderson, a guy they signed in the offseason to come in here and compete, is back on the team. And Tyler Larson, a guy that was omitted from the practice squad for various reasons. Now we know exactly why, because I thought, man, that's a pretty ballsy move to just forego Tyler Larson altogether, go with Ricky as the backup on the roster, and then to go with Nolan Laufenberg on the practice squad and no Tyler. That's pretty damn ballsy. I wouldn't have done it after all the issues we've had at center. Well, that's why they didn't put him on the practice squad, because they knew they were going to bring him back. So Abdullah Anderson, Tyler Larson takes those 2 spots that were freed up due to Mathis and Obata being placed on IR. And then, of course, I had given you the 15 names that were on the practice squad list. That meaning that there was 1 available spot on the practice squad. Jabril Cox, linebacker, formerly of the Dallas Cowboys, a 4th-round pick out of LSU by way of North Dakota State, is the linebacker that we placed on our practice squad. And you guys know how I feel about that. I had told you guys on the stream with Rio and Ed on Tuesday night that's the guy that I was really interested in. I did a video on Wednesday right before this was announced, saying that I would, be interested in him, Demetric Felton Jr., and also Amani Oruwariye were the three guys that I was interested in. They agree with me. Jabril Cox and Ron talked about what they're looking for in linebackers. He fits the bill. He looks like a modern day NFL linebacker. And I talked to Law about him, last night. Obviously, he's coming over from Dallas, and he's like, you're going to enjoy Jabril Cox. We just didn't have any space for him. We got a ton of athletes, which is what I said. I told you Dallas has athletes all over their defense, specifically at linebacker. It's crazy because Overshown, their third-round pick out of Texas, is out for the season, and they still cut Jabril Cox. So it tells you what kind of depth and athleticism and speed they have on that side of the football, where DeMarion Overshown, who's an athletic freak out of Texas, gets injured, done for the season, and Jabril Cox still can't crack the roster. I don't care. It's our gain, their loss, and hopefully he gives us similar dividends like John Ridgeway did a season ago. So we'll see what happens there. And I don't know if you guys saw this, but Washington also had put in a waiver claim. Now, I wonder if that waiver claim for them superseded the one for Jabril Cox. But they had put in a waiver claim for a tight end. I didn't know who this guy was, but apparently he was a hot commodity. I don't remember whose squad he was on and got released by, but like 5 teams, including Washington, put in a waiver claim for this dude. And obviously Washington wasn't at the top of the list. They were 16th in that process. So he got snatched up by a team that was a lot earlier. I want to say it was Arizona who put in a claim and got him, but I don't remember who released him. But apparently this guy was in demand, and we were interested in him. I started to look him up, but I said, I don't need to tease myself. He's not here. He's not going to be here. I don't even need to indulge in that, because I might get pissed off at an opportunity missed because other teams were interested just like we were. But nonetheless, that is the latest news with the Commanders as of right now. I'll talk about what Ron had to say briefly today, but I thought it was a good press conference for Ron. He needed one of these. He hasn't had one of these good ones in a while. It seems like every press conference we're being hypercritical of him, and he's saying something that we probably would prefer him not to say. Today was a good day for Ron. He shared information that needed to be shared. He kept things that didn't need to be shared to himself, and he talked about his comfort level with this roster, with Sam. He talked about the injury situations pretty freely today, FAs, as he was getting up from the podium. Talked about Fedarian. He talked about Chase, and that's where the presser started off with him. And a lot of people overreacted to this news. Look, we don't know the severity of it. And so shout out to Miss Perry. She sent me, we got a lot of these internet doctors now. We got a lot of these internet guys that we don't know if we don't know them from Adam from Eve. They could have posted a picture of some random ass dude dressed up in a doctor suit, put all this stuff and used a couple of scientific terms, medical terms, and all of a sudden we're smitten and we think these guys know what the hell they're talking about. They could have just slept at a Holiday Inn last night for all we know. But and anybody gets a blue check these days. All you got to do is pay for it. So it's not really smart necessarily to just go and treat what some of these people on Twitter are saying as the gospel. But the tweet that Miss Perry sent to me was from a sports medicine doctor. And he pretty much said that a stinger should only last for hours, essentially. It shouldn't last more than a day. That's what a stinger is, meaning it's temporary. And just like a sting, right? That's why they call it a stinger, because stings hurt like hell initially. You lose, sting like a bee sting. It's temporary pain. Like it hurts like hell initially, but eventually it subsides. It doesn't last for a very long time. A stinger isn't meant to last for 2-3 weeks at a time like Chase's stinger has. It becomes more than that when it doesn't go away. So we use the term stinger loosely because that's what we categorize when someone loses feeling due to, some temporary nerve damage or, the nerves are numb and they can't feel, something. They pinch the nerve. So it's usually in the neck region, right? So that doctor was pretty much saying if this were a stinger, he would have been back by now. This is probably something a little bit more serious. Could be a disc issue, could be something with his spine, could be a vertebrae issue, with his neck. He said, I'm just telling you, it doesn't sound like it's very good. I'm not jumping to conclusions. I just know I don't want to go through the Chase Young song and dance of is he or isn't he going to play like we did last year. And this feels eerily similar. It feels like we're about to go down that path. And we know how pissed off the staff got at him last year. And, listening to Ron talk today, he sounded like he did last year, kind of like ball's kind of in Chase's court. The doctors didn't clear him, but they said continue working as if they're going to clear him, and then it's all on Chase. So Chase has been out there. He's been participating in practice, just not doing anything from a physical standpoint. He hasn't been cleared for any physical contact. So, again, it's a wait-and-see situation with him, with Terry. Logan Thomas, if you want some good news, I got some good news. Logan Thomas practiced fully all week. Today was his first day where he took pretty much all the first-team reps. And he says he feels excellent. He says he feels back at 100%, and he's ready to rock and roll. So he said something interesting too. He said that he credits Ron Rivera for getting guys out of the locker room who didn't fit the culture. And it just made me think, who the hell could he be talking about? And, there were two guys in particular that we were just like, they cut these dudes or, they didn't bring them back. One of them they didn't bring back. The other, they actually cut him. And we could have used both of them at some point or another the following season, and they just refused. I wonder if he was talking about Landon Collins and Eric Flowers, potentially. Flowers doesn't strike me as a guy that's going to be outspoken, but Landon Collins definitely is. I don't know if he was a bad apple or anything like that. I don't want to insinuate that, but I wonder who the hell he was talking about. Morgan Moses was sent out of here pronto. I wonder if he was talking about him. Obviously, Quentin Dunbar. But see, they didn't know any of those guys. Logan Thomas didn't know Morgan Moses. He didn't play with him. I don't think. Wait, Morgan, I think Morgan was here for 2020. He was here for that first year. So, and Morgan was very outspoken, and he spoke out against Ron a couple of times. So maybe he was talking about Morgan Moses, I don't know. They got rid of Quentin Dunbar. Now, I know for a fact Logan Thomas didn't play with Quentin Dunbar. But I don't know who he was mentioning, but I found that to be interesting. He's like, we got a great locker room. It's an excellent vibe. And it credit to Ron for, getting rid of guys that didn't fit in this culture. And Ron kind of spoke to that. Like, we got a great, Ron talked about how Bill Walsh used to say, and he paraphrased essentially, you can have guys that are, a little bit rough around the edges. You can take on some of those guys if you have a locker room strong enough to handle those types of players. He said you can take on more when you have a strong enough locker room, which is true. And Ron talked about players policing themselves, and that's what he had in Carolina. And again, sometimes it can be a gift and a curse because when you allow the players to police themselves, it's more of a hands-off approach. You trust your veteran leaders to keep everybody in line, and that's great. But then you become attached to those veteran leaders. You don't want to get rid of some of those guys. They get long in the tooth, and before you know it, you look up and everybody's 30-something years old or approaching 30, and you got an old, decrepit roster. That's what happened to Ron in Carolina. That's why he's been so adamant here about not getting old, which is why anytime they go out and get somebody, they look like Jabril Cox, which is why I looked at Bradley Roby and I'm like, that's not happening here. A guy like Desmond King, that's not happening here. They're not going after guys that are pushing 30 or over 30. That's not what they're doing here. They're going to go get the guy that's 25 with upside. They're going to go get the guy that's 23 with upside. They're not going to go get the guy that's 28. So Ron said when he got here, one of the first things he said was, we're not going to duplicate mistakes. And I made a big mistake in Carolina by not making sure that the roster stayed young. So anyway, just wanted to throw that out there. I don't know what everybody's got, but I told y'all what I was bringing tonight. I was going to have my glass. I told you could bring an empty glass. I'll fill it up for you, okay? I'll fill it up with hope. I'll fill it up with celebration. I'll fill it up with laughter. There'll be a lot of different emotions tonight, but most importantly, I'm going to fill it up with this promise to you guys. No matter what happens this season, you shouldn't leave this year with your head down. And I won't, no matter what happens. We could go 1-16. You know why I won't be pissed off? Even though I'll be disappointed in the fact that Sam had to stink if we were 1-16. And obviously Ron's fired. Eric Bieniemy was a disaster. There's a lot that went wrong if we won one game this season. That's not going to happen. Our roster is too talented for that. But just going with that example, I won't hold my head down, and neither should you. Because the one thing that we always said going into this offseason was if we got rid of that dark cloud known as Daniel Snyder, that we had already won. We already won if he was no longer our owner. Everything else was icing and a cherry on top. No matter what happens, we got rid of Daniel Snyder. And for that, that's a cause to celebrate. So everybody out there, our first of many toasts for the night. Comment section, y'all know what to do. Whatever you've got, whatever you're drinking, if you're not drinking something, just put an emoji in the comment section. Go ahead, light the comment section up with glasses, cups, whatever you're drinking. Let's have it in the comment section. We're about to toast. All right. Because I don't want y'all to forget where we came from. If you haven't been a fan of this team, you can never begin to understand the plight of a Washington Redskins / football team / Commanders fan. You could never understand what we went through. And I don't want y'all to stop celebrating the fact that we free. I know football's about to start and all that's going to take a back seat. And that's why we're doing it now, because when the games start, we ain't going to be talking about Daniel Snyder's no longer here. We're going to be talking about, hey, how the hell we going to beat Justin Fields and the Bears on Thursday Night Football? That's what we're talking about. How the hell are we going to beat these damn Eagles on the road in week 4? How are we going to take Josh Allen and the Buffalo Bills down in week 3? How are we going to go to Mile High and defeat Russell Wilson, Sean Payton and company in Denver? How are we going to take care of Clayton Tune or Joshua Dobbs in week 1, right? Whatever the case may be, we'll be talking about ball. But I don't want you to forget that we free, all right? And that's a year-long celebration. It's not over yet, okay? So put it in the comment section, all right? Whatever you got, light the comment section up with glasses. We about to cheers. What an off season it was. It couldn't have been scripted any better. They made us wait, right? That built up a little bit of the suspense, but it happened right around my birthday. July 20th was the official day. The 21st is the official day, but the 20th is the day that we were essentially emancipated. And I'll never forget the offseason of 2023 because it's the day that I got my team back. It's the day that you, as a fan, got your team back. It's the day that you got your hope back as a fan. It's the day that I, as a fan, got my hope back and restored a faith, a renewed faith in this organization that, God damn it, we got a shot now. It may not happen this year. It may not happen next year, but damn it, we got a shot like everybody else. Because before we did it, we would psych ourselves up and we would hope we could catch lightning in the bottle, but we knew good damn and well that the football gods weren't going to allow us to have anything nice. We can't have nice things, not when your owner is Daniel M. Snyder. That shit's over now. That's in the rear view. We free. And to that, I say cheers. All right. So I want to talk about a couple of things tonight. So I did some week 1 scouting, and we'll talk more about this next week. Remember, next week starts the Louie T Network season, right? So the Commanders Nightly News is back like cook crack on Monday. And as you know, Monday through Fridays, uploads at 6 o'clock every single day. You know what to expect. We're back. All right. Louie T Network podcast every Monday, Wednesday, Friday. So we're back into the swing of things. Y'all know how this works. For those of you who don't and you're new to the channel, it's going to be a lot of fun this year. So I did some scouting on Clayton Tune, and boy, it was bad. it was really bad. If he's starting week 1, I already liked our chances regardless of who was starting, whether it was Colt McCoy, Clayton Tune, Josh Dobbs, whomever, right? But this guy is definitely a rookie, and he looks it. And if he's starting, there's no way we don't win this game by at least 3 touchdowns. If he's starting the game, we got to pick him off 2 or 3 times. The shit he was doing in the preseason. I know it's preseason and you're not game planning, and so they may have some things set up where he's able to take advantage of some things because they schemed it up. But I mean, he wasn't reading the field well. If you want a nice little chuckle, go check out the quarterback school with JT O'Sullivan. He did a breakdown of the 3rd preseason game versus Minnesota with Clayton Tune. The very first play, this man gets lit up. He's hot. He doesn't recognize that he's got a free hitter coming off the edge. He gets plastered. He fumbles the football. The Vikings scoop it up on like the 6 or 7 yard line. It's a disaster. It's the very first play of the game. So when I tell you I'm looking forward to week 1, I'm looking forward to week 1. That said, I told y'all last night I was going to be on one, right? I told y'all I was going to be on one. And I said, I needed y'all to have my back. And I appreciate y'all, man. Y'all held the kid down. And first of all, I need y'all to understand. Every time I step in front of a mic or a camera, I live by the 3 E's. These are my core principles as a content creator. I aim to educate, enlighten, and entertain. Those are the 3 E's, right? That's the foundation of what the Louie T Network is built upon. So anytime I'm on somebody else's channel, I represent the Louie T Network, and I'm always bringing the 3 E's with me. So with that said, not every single time are all 3 E's in full effect. At every time you see me, one of the E's is going to be in full effect. My aim is to have all 3. Generally, when I'm on this channel in particular, I do have all 3. But when I'm doing like the NFC East Super Friends, it's more about entertainment than enlightening anyone and educating anyone. It's more about entertainment. That said, anything that I say out of my mouth, I believe. I'm not saying something just to try to move the needle, to create a stir, or to, drum up, or conjure up feelings of resentment for another fan base towards me, or to try to make people laugh. I mean it. Now, if you laugh at me after I say something, so be it, right? I knew they were going to take my words and spin them. And I said it last night. I said, you guys are going to take this and make it seem as if I compared Sam Howell to Patrick Mahomes. And I did not. Okay. If you heard what I said, and Law went and chopped it up, of course, he made me sound like I was comparing him to Sam Howell to Patrick Mahomes. And I did not do that. All I said, because he tried to make it seem like Sam Howell and Trey Lance are in the same breath, just because they only have one career start. Each of them does, right? And I'm like, nah. What you fail to understand is Sam Howell is much closer to Patrick Mahomes. And to give it context, and this is what I was trying to do last night, but they were laughing at me so hard that I never had a chance to do this. So Patrick Mahomes is 100, right? And this is how I rationalize this in my mind. Patrick Mahomes is 100. Or let's say Patrick Mahomes is 200. Okay? No, that's too high, because then I can't make it make sense at that point. Patrick Mahomes is 100, and nobody else is 100 in the league. Patrick Mahomes is in a category all to himself, right? And Trey Lance is a 1, right? At this point, he's a 1. He was drafted 3rd overall. He's going into his 3rd season. He's made 1 career start. He couldn't even beat out Sam Darnold for the backup quarterback position in San Francisco after being in Kyle Shanahan's offense for not 1, not 2, but 3 years. He lets a guy that just got there this year beat him out. He's a 1. He's a 1. Okay? Sam Howell, for me, and I'm a Sam Howell fan, okay? So I'm a little over the top. Yes, I am, because I believe in Sam. And what I've learned over the years is, if you're not laughed at when you believe something, when you're starting a business, when you have a belief, when theorists were telling people the earth is round and everybody thought it was flat, they were laughed at. You think the earth is round? What an idiot. It's flat. You're going to fall off a cliff if you go to the edge. Right? Got laughed at. When Steve Jobs was starting Apple, people said, you can't run a computer business. This will never work. What an idiot. If there's not some of that, what you're doing probably isn't as good as you think it is, because people have to think you're crazy. Just like we thought LB was crazy when he told us it was Hurts season and Jalen Hurts was going to play well last year. We laughed at him. We laughed at him the year before when he said it was Hurts season. They're laughing at me now. Ha, ha, ha. Laugh it up. Kiki. It's all good. I know what Sam Howell is. And you don't have to believe like I do right now. Because again, I don't encourage anyone to be as what is the word? Bullish is the word I'm looking for on Sam Howell as I am. You don't have to be. And I'm not going to be hypercritical of you as fans of this team if you don't believe and you need proof. I don't blame you. I've been through it with you. I know why you feel the way you feel. So there will be no judgment cast upon you by me. But anybody outside the fan base that thinks it's funny now, oh, they will rue the day when they laughed at me when I was talking about Sam Howell. But back to my original point. Mahomes is 100. Trey Lance is a 1. What I'm saying is the upper echelon quarterbacks, the Joe Burrows and the, Justin Herberts and the Josh Allens and those guys, they're at 90, 88, 90, 90, 91, right? That's as close as you get. Mahomes is at 100. What I'm telling you is Sam Howell is at like 51, okay? Which puts him 49 away from Mahomes, but 50 away from Trey Lance. So by definition, he's much closer to Patrick Mahomes than he is Trey Lance. That was my point. Not that he is Mahomes or he's close to Mahomes. I just said he's more Mahomes than he is Trey Lance. That's all the point that I was trying to make. But no worries. They'll find out soon enough. And I can't wait. It starts on September 10th. And I'm going to ride this bitch all the way through December into January on they monkey asses. They ain't going to know what hit them. And look, I pray that God bestows this opportunity upon me. Because I often think that God is like, bro, you know why I can't let you win? Because I know you ain't going to be humble. You ain't going to be humble. I can't bless you in abundance because I know what you're going to do with this. And that ain't really what I'm looking for right now. I'm not looking for you to be boastful. I'm not looking for you to be prideful. I ain't looking for your ego to be swelled to the point where you can't be contained. I need you to stay humble. And the only way I can keep you grounded is if I keep you at the bottom. And I get it. I understand, but I'm like, come on, man. JC, bro. Come on, man. Talk to him. Let him know, man. It's my time. It's my time. I've waited for a long time. We've waited for a long time. It's our turn. We've waited for far too long. Need I remind you of some of the droughts that we're a part of right now? It's some of the nastiest droughts in the NFL right now. And I'm ashamed to even be a part of some of these conversations. Not winning a playoff game since 2005, that's disgusting, man. Not winning more than 11 games or 10 games, excuse me, not having an 11-win season or more since 1991, that is utterly disgusting. That shit is despicable. Not having back-to-back winning seasons, real back-to-back winning seasons, not 9-7 and then 8-7-1. I'm talking real back-to-back winning seasons. Haven't done that since 91-92. Are you kidding me? Now, if you want to be literal, we did it in 15 and 16. But if you want to count 9-7 and 8-7-1, go right ahead. Knock yourself out. We do, man. And I'm just, he knows if he turns me loose, it's over. It's over. And I think he's afraid of what I might do. Because I'm petty and he knows it. I'm petty. Y'all saw what happened when we beat him on Monday Night Football last year. LB was in the witness protection program. At one point, I thought he changed his name. I was posting videos daily. Couldn't find the man. So, look, I don't know what's going to become of this upcoming season, but I do know this. When it's all said and done, we'll have ourselves a quarterback. We haven't had, listen to this shit. This is the shit I'm talking about. This is why we do. We haven't had a real franchise quarterback. And I believe Kirk was a franchise quarterback, but you guys didn't want it. Okay. You guys were being greedy and ungrateful. And look what it got us. It got us Case Keenum, Alex Smith, Dwayne Haskins, Kyle Allen, Taylor Heineke, Carson Wentz. This is the shit that it brought us because you didn't want Kirk Cousins. I digress. We haven't had a real, true franchise quarterback since Joe mother effing Theismann. Bro, snapped his leg in multiple pieces in 85. I wasn't even born yet when the man snapped his leg on a Monday night. That's how long it's been since we've had a franchise quarterback. So what I'm telling y'all is when this season is done, I guarantee you this, just like I guaranteed you, no matter what happens, you can't make me feel bad about what just transpired. The season might not go the way that I want it to, but we got a new owner. Brighter days are coming. If it don't happen this year, maybe it's next year. If it ain't next year, maybe it's the year after that. But brighter days are coming. So I'm not going to hold my head down. I might be disappointed, but I'm going to hold my shit up. Chin up. Chin up. I make this promise to you too. When this season is done, we will have ourselves a starting quarterback. I can't tell you what the record will be. I can't tell you how successful this offense is going to be, how successful this defense is going to be. I can tell you this. When it's all said and done, we will have ourselves a franchise quarterback. Though the search is over. We can come out of the wilderness, cut our beard off that we look like we've been on Lost. What's the name of the movie with Wilson? With Tom Hanks, when he was talking to the damn volleyball and named him Wilson. What's the name of that damn movie? That's what we look like because we've been in the damn wilderness for so long. What's the name of that damn movie, y'all? Somebody put it in the comment section. Castaway. Thank you, Red Wings. Castaway. We look like damn Tom Hanks in Castaway. We've been in the woods for so damn long, we don't even know how to act in civilization no more. Pick your damn cups up, man. This shit is over this year. We put a stop to it. We got our guy. You don't have to believe me now. Just toast with me. Cups up. I'm speaking this into existence. I know a lot of y'all are damaged. So you're not as gung-ho as I am. I don't give a shit. I'm going to talk my shit regardless. We were 1-4 last year, and I told Lord Brunson, don't let me catch your ass out in the streets undefeated. We were 1-4, bro. What crazy man talks like that? I do. Because I believed it. I told you, I don't say shit out of my mouth that I don't believe. I believed that if we caught them, we could catch them slipping and we could beat them. Because family business, it don't matter what the records are. Throw them shits out the window. When it's family business, all bets are off. Let me catch you out here in these streets flaunting and out here with this ice on. Snatch your damn chain off your neck. We got ourselves a quarterback, man. Cups up. Y'all know what it is. Sam Howell, to Sam Howell's success this season, proving once and for all he's a franchise quarterback type of player, ending our search for a QB at the most important position in all of sports, if you ask me. We get that done this season. nHo, y'all know what it is.
New Howell order.
Cheers. All right. So last night we went through the schedule, and you guys have been asking me for months what my prediction for this team is going to be. And for months in my mind, and I do this every year, and I always, after I'm done, because I get in the moment and that testosterone kicks in, that I told you I'm hyper aggressive and competitive, and I let my competitive nature take over. Instead of me using my head, my heart just jumps in, and I always give us one more win than I mean to. Okay. I did it last year. I had us at 12-5. I kept telling y'all 11-6 is what I'm pushing for. In my head, the whole entire offseason, 10-7 was the number. 10-7 was the number. I get to the Super Friends stream, and we're 11-6 all of a sudden. I did it again. 11-6 is plausible, but I think 10-7 is more realistic. Just like I told you last year, I said 12-5. 11-6 is more plausible, though. All right, it's more realistic. I feel the same way this year. 11-6, that's doable. It's not impossible. You know, it's funny because everybody looks at the schedule, and yes, it's tougher than it was. It couldn't have been any easier last year. Some of the teams that we thought were going to be trash ended up being better, i.e. Detroit, so forth and so forth. But the Vikings were probably a much better team than anybody thought. Who thought the Vikings were going to win, 12 games, 13 games, whatever it was they won last year? Who thought they were going to do that before the season started? None, I didn't. But, truth be told, I look at the schedule, and while it is tougher, we're not mincemeat. This is what I was talking to a Washington fan like a week ago. And I was talking about the Arizona game. I posted I made the post when the Cardinals cut Colt McCoy. And I made the post that, hey, we better beat these dudes by 90 plus in week 1. Somebody was like, yo, Louie, chill, bro. Chill. And I told him, I said, nah, man, we free from the shackles of doubt. We free from that mental bondage that we had. And I get it. It don't happen overnight for some of y'all. I'm an optimist. Ron talked about this today. I loved Ron's presser today, right? Because I felt like he was speaking to me at one point. But I'm like, me and Ron, we kind of think the same in this regard. Ron was like, the reporter said, so you're an optimist, Ron. So how do you balance, your optimism with, reality, or are those two one and the same? And Ron said, that's something I struggle with every day. I ain't gonna bullshit you. I'm at practice and I see these dudes out here making plays, and I'm asking myself, is this really what I'm seeing? Or is this what I hope I'm seeing? And that's a really tough place to be mentally. That's some shit I struggle with sometimes when I watch this team. And again, it's preseason. I'm not basing my excitement and my record for this team and all of that off the preseason. All of that did for me was it validated how I already felt coming into the preseason. All the preseason did was it said, hey, bro, you're not wrong. Double down on the shit you've been talking. That's all the preseason did for me. I wasn't on the fence, and I didn't think we were going to stink. And then the preseason made me do a 180. All the preseason did was make me say, hey, bro, I slapped down 5 earlier. Here's another 5. I'm doubling down on my bet that these boys are going to be better than you think this year, and Sam Howell's going to establish himself as a franchise quarterback. I'm going to double down on it. That's what the preseason did for me. It didn't change anything in terms of how I felt. It just made me more confident. But Ron was like, yo, I struggle with this every day because I see these dudes out here making plays. He said, today we had a practice. Wait, we were making plays all over the place on both sides of the football. And I got to ask myself, is this really what I'm seeing, or is it what I hope I'm seeing? That's some powerful shit, man. I don't know if y'all understand how powerful that is. Is that what I really am seeing, or is that what I hope I'm seeing? It's two different things. I think this team is capable this season of being better than people think. And I was talking to that fan last week, and I said, we rewire your brain. It's not going to happen overnight for some of y'all. I'm an optimist. So out with the old, in with the new. The minute Daniel Snyder was gone, the light bulb came on. I said, hey, we're back. Put the word out. We back up. So in my mind, now I'm ready to go. And Ron built the roster. It all happened in perfect timing, because Ron built the roster up so that we would be ready when this shit happened. We ready to hit the ground running. We don't have to wait. Who says we got to wait in line? This ain't basketball. We don't have to wait in line for nobody. We can go straight to the damn front of the line. Why not? Who says who? Who gonna stop us from cutting? Somebody want to jump up and be big and bad? We bust your shit too. Why we can't be bullies? Why we gotta be subdued? Why we gotta be over here mild-mannered? That ain't me. I'm gonna talk my shit. And for once, somebody sent me a DM. And they said, for once, I just want my team to back up the shit that I'm talking. Just have my back, man. They did it one time last year. They had my back when I was talking reckless, when we were 1-4, and I told LB, don't let me catch you in these streets undefeated. They had my back for once. You know how rewarding that was? You know how good that felt? I'm high off of that. Now I'm chasing the ghost. I want to feel like that again, and I want to feel like that again and again and again, and I don't want to stop feeling like that. And I think it's going to be this year where I start feeling that more often than not. Not disappointment, not falling short to Tennessee and feeling like, well, here goes another season down the drain. You're 1-4 now. Not blowing a 10-point lead in the fourth quarter to Minnesota and saying, shit, we can't have nice things. Now can we? Not blowing an opportunity to go to New York, beat them, and go to 8-5, feeling great going into your bye week. After a Curtis Samuel 13-yard run puts us at the Giants' 40-yard line, then you go backwards 6-7 yards. Thinking to yourself, what a missed opportunity. But that's us. That's what we do. Biggest game we've had since 2015 at home, and we lay an egg and lose to the Giants 20-12. Following week, you go to San Francisco, get your doors blown off, and then you come home, and the lowly Browns are waiting for you, and you let them shit all over you. They the Browns, and you got Brown all over you. That's off a bye, folks. Off of a bye. We lost 3 straight games. What I'm telling you is, this year, I see these things working out. We got that same bye. The football guy said, I'm going to run it back the exact same way for you this year. Week 14. What you going to do with the bye this year? Tough. The schedule just as tough as it was last year at the end of the season. They didn't let up on us. Shit's brutal late. I don't care. You know why I don't care? Because we game. We capable. This ain't the same roster from 2020 where you cross your fingers and hope that the opposition plays down to our level and gives us a shot. This ain't 2021 where you kind of figure out who other than Terry McLaurin are we going to throw the damn football to? We got to throw the ball to DeAndre Carter? Like, this ain't 2021, bro. Ain't no more Bobby McCains in the secondary who are liabilities. The game done changed. This is a different team. And it ain't no more Scott Turner running the same damn concepts over and over again, limiting us to less than 19 points a game. This shit is different. And you should see it that way too. I'm not telling you you got to be as bullish as I am, but just acknowledge the fact that we don't have to bow down to Buffalo. That game ain't in Buffalo. That shit's at FedEx Field. I told y'all last year we were beating Green Bay. People laughed at me when I said that. I said we own Aaron Rodgers. He ain't never beat us other than the playoff game at FedEx Field. He ain't never beat us in the regular season at FedEx Field. What we do, we beat Aaron Rodgers. I'm not telling you that we own Josh Allen or anything like that, but let's not act like the Bills are two-time Super Bowl champions. They're not the Chiefs. Hell, they're not even the Bengals. For those of you who don't think we got a shot in week 3, you must be outside your damn mind. I don't know what the hell we going to be by week 3, but we ain't going to be no suckers by week 3. That Denver game is going to be big. I'm going to tell you that right now because I don't know what we're going to do against Buffalo. I'm expecting to win. I don't know about y'all. I'm going into that game expecting a dub. When I sit down in front of my damn television set at 105 and they kick that bitch off in week 3, I'm expecting a dub. I can't speak for you. But it'd be a whole lot. I'll be a whole lot more comfortable if we go into that game at 2-0 instead of 1-1. Because what I really don't want, because it can happen real quick. This is why these boys got to come out the gate swinging. They can't do this Ron Rivera shit from the last 3 years where they come out the gate sluggish the first 6-7 games of the season. Because you could blink twice and we could be 1-3. Real quick. You don't beat Denver. You come home for Buffalo. You don't beat them. Now you got to go to Philadelphia. It can happen in the instant. Boom. You look up and we 1-3. All I told the fellas was, look, man, no worse than 2-2 coming out of that first 4-game stretch. You can handle those next 4 to 5 games. Atlanta, the Giants. There's one more in it, the Bears. Like, you can handle it's the Bears, Atlanta, and then the Giants. You can handle those games. You just got to get to that. You just got to get to that landmark at 500. We'll see what they do. But that Broncos game, I'm not going to overlook the Cardinals. I'm not going to. I've disrespected them enough because I feel like I'm looking to put boot to throat. I'm talking about teeth to cement, California smile style. Like, I'm trying to crush their entire skulls, okay? I'm looking to detach retinas from sockets, okay? Like, I don't want those dudes to even think there's a shot in the third quarter. I want them to know this shit is over, bro. But even if I'm disappointed and it comes down to the wire and we eke out a 21-19 victory, while I'll be disappointed, give me the damn dub, man. Seriously, like, you know how I roll. Give me the dub. Okay? So, what I'm telling you is don't be afraid because of what happened to us in the past. Don't be afraid to believe in this team, to talk your shit. You live in Texas amongst a bunch of Cowboys. Talk your shit. You beat Dallas the last time you saw him with Sam Howell. Don't be afraid. You talking to an Eagles fan? F what they talking about. Did you win the Super Bowl last year? Did you win the Super Bowl last year? No. All right. Last time I seen you, I went in your house. I raided your refrigerator. I disrespected your dwelling and left with a dub. And what? Don't be afraid, man. Gone are the days of us going 0-6 in the division. 1-5. F that. We got a quarterback now. Do you understand what's been holding us back? Even when our roster wasn't good. The quarterback position was what was holding us back this entire time. Even with mediocre quarterback play. Bro, we put Dirty Chaz on the field at one point. Josh Johnson played for us. Do you understand what we've been doing at quarterback the last 5 years? Since Kirk left, do you understand the shit that we've gone through? Terry has been here he's going into his 4th season. It's Terry McLaurin. He's going into his 5th, excuse me. He's going into his 5th season this year. 19, 20, 21, 22. He's going into his 5th season. The man has already played with 10 different starting quarterbacks. 10. That's 2019, bro. You don't even want to go to 2018. We might have started 10 different dudes in 2018 by itself. You know how many games we lost because of incompetency at the quarterback position? I don't think y'all understand. I don't think y'all recollect some of these games and how we lost these games. We got a roster that's talented. I'm not telling you we got the most talented roster in the league. We far from it, okay? But we don't play in the AFC. Last time I checked, we play in the NFC. Look around the conference. How many elite teams do you see? The best teams are in the division that we play in. Keep it a buck. Iron sharpens iron. It ain't many more teams more talented than Dallas or Philadelphia. They in our division. The Giants made the playoffs last year, and they're probably the most improved team in the conference. Unless you count Derek Carr going to the Saints, because the quarterback position is the most important position, and they upgraded that significantly. But the Giants upgraded their roster exponentially this offseason. Look around the conference, man. It's the likes of the Rams. You afraid of the Rams? Matthew Stafford or not? Are you afraid of the Rams? You afraid of the Seahawks and Geno Smith? I damn sure ain't. I'm willing to go to Seattle and come back with a dub. In tow. Yeah, the schedule is real nasty. We got some East Coast, West Coast, East Coast trips where it's like, damn, what you trying to do to us? Man up. Find a way to get it done. I damn sure ain't afraid of Clayton Tune or Joshua Dobbs. I don't know about you. You afraid of Justin Fields? I damn sure as hell am not. Can't speak for you, but I'm not. You afraid of Desmond Ridder? Not I. Maybe Kyle Pitts. Maybe Kyle Pitts. Maybe Bijan Robinson. Not Desmond Ridder. Sorry, not sorry. These are the teams that are on our schedule. If you scared, say you scared. It's okay. I'm not gonna be mad at you. I'm not gonna patronize you. I'm just telling you, you don't gotta be afraid no more. Them days are over with. And to that, I say raise your glass. To the days of us being punching bags, being the team that teams circle on their calendar, over with. The days of us being bullish enough to look at a team and say, hey, we supposed to beat them and we supposed to stomp a mud hole in them and not be afraid and think that we about to put a kibosh on ourselves. That shit needs to be over. When you got confidence, you ain't thinking about, oh man, I don't want to jinx it. That's what losers do. They worry about, am I going to jinx it? Nah, I'm about to cut your damn tongue out of your throat so you can't say nothing while you getting this ass whooping. That's where we at with ours now. That's what we need to be with ours now. Raise your glass to that, man. Stop being scared. We don't got to be scared no more, man. We free. Let's act like it. We ain't nobody's punching bag, whooping boy, none of that shit no more. We out here in these streets and we out for blood. And I know we capable. To that, I say, cheers. All right. Let's get to the comment section. I don't want to talk y'all head off because I could do this all night. The offseason was glorious. I don't think we've done it enough justice for the over 20 years of heartache, anguish, pain, and suffering that we went through. I don't think we did it justice. We should have been celebrating for a month straight. But that's all good. I know this much. I'll never forget July 20th, 2023. I'll never forget that day. I'll tell you that much. Let's get to the comment section. Your mom's favorite player. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Who writes, great show last night, Lou. I hope your prediction was close. Can't wait until the next show when you get to unload that clip. Hashtag nHo. I can't wait either. I already got stuff in my head. Y'all don't know how many ideas. Like, I'm a creative. All right. And when you're a creative, you got ideas on top of ideas on top of ideas. Sometimes I can't bring them to life. I can't bring them to fruition like how I picture it in my head. And I'm a perfectionist. So if I can't do it the way that I see it in my head, then I don't want to do it. But I got so much shit cooked up. And I'm like, and this is why I'm like, I don't know if JC gonna let me do it. He like, bro, I know. You know what it reminds me of? When Drake got into a battle with Pusha T, and reportedly Drake had this nasty diss track lined up, and what's my man in Houston that run everything? Golly, I can't remember his name, but he told Drake, nah, bro, dead that. Don't put that out. And so Drake didn't put it out. And I feel like that's what JC be doing to me. Like, bro, I know you got some heat you sitting on over here. Jay Prince, thank you, Eddie Clayton. Jay Prince was like, nah, Drake, nah, bro. That's too much. That's how people get killed. Don't put that out there. Because he probably was going to take it too far, talk about the man's wife, all of this stuff. Because he dropped little innuendos on the other diss track about his wife, liking his music and all that stuff. He might have took it another step too far. And Jay Prince was like, nah, we're not doing that. Put that away. Just take the L. I feel like JC be doing the same thing to me. Like, bro, I know what you're sitting on over here, man. You got a couple sticks of dynamite, man. You got a whole case of C4 over here. I see what you got. I can't let you do it, though, man, because it's going to be too explosive. I can't let you do it. I'm like, come on, man. Just let me get my shit off one time, man. He's like, I think this is the year, though. Like Mr. Year, though. I think this is the year, though. We'll see. I can't wait, though. I hope I get the opportunity. I hope. I can only hope and pray that JC sees fit for the kid to get off. I don't know. We'll see. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, Mathis and Daniels were terrible picks at the time, and it's even worse that time is gone on. Ron 69 gotta go. Rivera 69, excuse me. So, peep game. We didn't love the Fedarian Mathis pick, but it felt like a necessity to them. I can justify it for what they thought was necessary at the time. Because remember, Duran was going into a contract year. They didn't know what he was going to do. They didn't know he was going to get 11.5 sacks and cement himself as one of the best interior defensive linemen in the NFL. So they were preparing themselves. You didn't love the pick, but there were no defensive tackles really in that draft. And after Fedarian Mathis, in their mind, the defensive tackle position fell off a cliff. So if they didn't get him in the second round, they were going to be stuck kind of looking around at, hey, what can we do? And you didn't want to do that. So they took a risk. It was too high. But again, I've said this already about the draft. Get your guy when you feel the need to get your guy. If Fedarian Mathis would have stayed, I really like Fedarian Mathis for what he will be. He's not a pass rusher, but what he is a physical presence and a guy that can play on the other side of the line of scrimmage. He just got to stay healthy. You'll like him once he plays. I'm telling you right now. It's just got to stay healthy. We'll see if that can happen or not, but I'm not going to count Fedarian Mathis out yet. I'll say that. As far as Daniels is concerned, now I agree with you. Braden Daniels was not a good pick, and I didn't appreciate them spending a 4th round pick on a guy that they knew good and well couldn't help us. So at the end of the day, they were being a little bit, I thought, you know, I commend Ron for this. Ron has been very, he's been very comfortable this offseason. And I say that because Ron hasn't been conducting himself as someone who is on the hot seat. That's because he's been here before. I got to give him credit. He's gone through this song and dance before, right? Where he's played for a new owner. So this is not new to him. But Ron is conducting himself as if he's going to be here for the next 4 or 5 years. I already told y'all. I know y'all don't want to hear this. And I need to restate my Ron Rivera position because I was talking to somebody in somebody DM'd me the other night. Matter of fact, it was my guy, King of the North. He DM'd me. And he was disappointed in me. He told me he was disappointed that I went along with Rio and Ed in terms of the Ron Rivera bashing. And to that response, I said, first of all, I didn't know what Michael Lombardi had said. I don't listen to Michael Lombardi. He's a hack, okay? So I didn't even know what they were talking about. I just knew what Pat McAfee said. And I agree with Pat McAfee in this regard. Not necessarily everything that he said, but I agree with the inside voice versus the outside voice. I agree with everything he said about that. And I've already told you how I felt about that. But make no mistake, I'm very appreciative of Ron and what he's done here. And I said I will be forever indebted and grateful to Ron for what he endured for these, 3 years prior to Daniel Snyder selling the team. What he's endured these last 3 years, we wouldn't have made it without Ron Rivera. Say what you want. We wouldn't be in this position heading into a season feeling good about the roster without Ron Rivera. Say what you want. Call him this, call him that. Yeah, he's got faults. And, Panthers fans warned us about some of this stuff when we got him. Like, hey, he's a good dude, but there's going to be some things that are going to piss you off about him. And they weren't wrong. They knew him to a T. The only thing that he didn't do that they said he was going to do, and he told us when he got here, I learned from my mistake, was he didn't allow players to get old, and he was not overly attached to players. That's not the phrase I'm looking for. But loyal. That's the phrase I was looking for. He wasn't loyal to a fault and allowed players to get old and allowed rosters to get decrepit. However, everything else they said was pretty much spot on. But remember, I told you guys this at least 3 months ago. And a lot of y'all did not want to hear this shit from me. But I told y'all. I said, I'm telling y'all right now, Ron Rivera is going to save his job this year. And in saving his job, he's going to come back next year and he's going to have that Carolina Panther year next year. And if he does that, even if you fall short in the Super Bowl or he completes the cipher this time and wins it, whatever the case may be, if he makes a run, if we make it to the NFC Championship game, Ron ain't going no damn where for at least another year or two after that. So the ones that want Ron gone, you got to hope. And why would you do that? Why would you hope Ron stinks it up? But you got to hope that Ron don't get it done this year. Because if he does, I'm telling you, next year, that's the run. And I told y'all that already. I told y'all that I think Ron's going to win this year. He save his job. And next year, Ron's going to kill it next year. Y'all ain't want to hear that shit. That's how I feel. So I had to restate my position. How I feel about Ron. Ron's got his faults, and he may ultimately not be the man for the job. But what I feel and how I feel about him as a coach and what I think are going to happen are two different things. So there's that. Trevor Patch, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Trev, writes, warning, Chase's stinger and lack of participation is holding him out over the 5th year. Ron's frustrated via his demeanor and body language and talking about Chase Young. Ron shot back by hard cutting his BF in Jared Patterson as an example. I don't think that Jared Patterson being cut had anything to do with their frustration with Chase Young at all. I do, however, think that there was a bit of body language on the part of Ron during the press conference today. And I told you guys that I can feel the frustration. I can feel the tension. And I don't want to go through that again. It was awkward last year. You could tell they were not happy with him. And Ron had just started, Chase had just started getting in Ron's good graces again. And again, you can't control injury. But as Rio said, and I thought this was a very astute point, Ron went out of his way multiple times to say that it was a self-reported stinger. I'm not saying that Ron doesn't believe that Chase actually hurt himself, and I'm pretty sure Chase did hurt himself. The man wants to play. I'm not going to sit here and perpetuate this narrative that Chase Young is soft and this, that, and the third. I'm not going to do that. Y'all can do that. I'm not. Football is a violent and physical sport. He hurt himself. That doesn't mean Ron and company aren't pissed off and don't want him to, find a way to get out there on the football field and play and help them. But if he can, he can't. So we'll see what happens. But there's definitely a tension there. The energy is off. And it was like that last year, and I don't want it to be like that this year. So let's hope that he's ready to go. He gets cleared sometime next week before the game, and he's able to play on Sunday. And not just play, but be effective and come out of the game healthy. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, what up, Lou? What's going on, Rob? Can't believe we are a little over a week away from kickoff. Amen to that, bro. Cups up to that. Real talk, man. Next week, this time, we'll be watching Chiefs and Lions next week, this time. Cheers to that. We'll be 3 days away from Washington kicking off against the Arizona Cardinals. Cheers to that. So excited about Sam, but damn, I wish they went more aggressive on the O-line. You know what? I've been telling y'all this since week 1 of the preseason, after a lot of y'all thought it was a debacle and I thought you were overreacting. I still have my concerns about the offensive line, but they're not as great as yours are. They're not. I told you this is not going to be a top of the league type of unit. It's not a top 5 or top 10 offensive line in the league. But what they can do is they can run block. I thought they did a really good job in the preseason of run blocking. We just didn't run it a lot. And I also think they're athletically gifted, which means I think the screen game is going to come around. I think that's more of a timing issue. You just need more reps together, doing it over and over again. Repetition. They'll get better at the screen game. And Sam has to sell it a little bit better. The offensive linemen have to do a better job of getting out in space and putting a body on a body. But we have the athleticism actually to do it now. It's not about, damn, we can't even get there. Guys are just beating us to the spots. These are dead on arrival. It's now about, hey, can you just get a body on a body, please? Don't let a guy juke you out in space and get to the ball carrier. But most importantly, I really believe they're going to protect Sam Howell. I think they're going to be fine. The one guy that I'm concerned about is Andrew Wiley, and they're going to chip. They're going to help him. They're going to put the tight end on his side. They're going to have the running back on his way out, get a piece. He's going to be fine. Cosme is a beast in there. Gates has been I went back and watched the third preseason. Excuse me. The second preseason game, and I went back and watched the early stages of the third preseason game. Those boys are working inside, man. Those boys are working inside. Charles, Gates, Cosme, those boys are working inside. They're getting it together, man. I feel good about the offensive line. Not great. Not great. I feel good about the O-line. I think we're going to be fine. I really, truly do. JP, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP. Right. Lou, I need to rant. Go right ahead, man. Tonight's the night, like Betty Wright. You got to rant? Go ahead and do it. All right. Hold on 1 second. Let me see something. Let me restart this computer in front of me. This joint tripping. I still got like 3 monitors in front of me, so I'm good. But I like to have this other one on. So this is Lou, I need to rant. Chase still dealing with injury problems. Is getting really annoying. I saw your tweet, your X. So what are we supposed to call them shits now? Can't call them tweets. What are we supposed to call them? X's? I saw your X today. What are we supposed to call them now? We got to figure out something. There's still tweets until we figure out a cool name. They can't be X's. I saw your X today. It's garbage. We got to figure out what we're going to call those. But I saw your tweet today, and I knew you were starting to get a little bit hot under the collar because you sold out for Chase this season. You've been fighting off all the Chase detractors, all the people that have been using the B word with Chase. You were fighting them off. You were a freedom fighter for Chase. You was a ride or die, and now you feel like you're being let down. All I'll say to you, JP, I'm gonna get to the rest of your comment. All I'm gonna say to you is, relax, just breathe, let the situation play itself out, and if 4 or 5 weeks from now we having the same conversation about Chase, then you can vent, then you can rant. He says, and I hate Ron for even playing him against Cleveland. See, this is you're going down a rabbit hole here, JP, and it's the wrong rabbit hole. Like you blaming Ron for something that you want to put him in bubble wrap. You think that's the answer? This same injury could have occurred in week 1 against Arizona. If he was going to get hurt, he's going to get hurt. Like this notion of putting players in bubble wrap, I'm just not with it. It's football. Either you're going to play or you're not going to play. But what I'm not going to do is I'm not going to put you in bubble wrap. Like, I can't be out here promoting getting better, playing football, and then you out here on the sideline watching while all your brothers is out here putting in work because we scared you're going to get hurt. Nah, that's no way to live. And, at the end of the day, I've said this already. The only way you get better at football is by playing football. Chase Young needs to get better at football. Period. The only way he's going to get better is by playing football. You can't be mad at Ron for playing starters against Cleveland. Why? Chase didn't slip on a wet turf. He went to make a tackle for a sack, and his neck crammed into Deshaun Watson, and that was that. Like, it had nothing to do with the field conditions, nothing. He was playing football. That's like getting mad at Clinton Portis or getting mad at who was it, Jim Zorn at the time for playing Clinton Portis in the preseason when he had that sublux of his shoulder after an interception was thrown and he went and made a tackle and knocked his shoulder out of the socket. And he was dealing with it all year long and wasn't the same Clinton. Can't be mad at the coach for playing him. It's football. He said he just can't catch a break at all. Again, if it's meant to be, it'll be. If it's not, you wish him nothing but the best somewhere else. I know it would break a lot of your hearts if he went like Preston Smith did to Green Bay and next year because I know where Chase is going if he leaves here. He ain't leaving home. He's going to Baltimore. if this shit don't work out here, he making a beeline up I-95. He going to Baltimore. He ain't leaving home. And that'll break some of y'all hearts. In two. If he go there in his first year in Cleveland or Baltimore, excuse me, he got 13 sacks. That shit would, some of y'all heads would explode. But that just may be the way things are intended to go. And we don't write the scripts here, all right? We're not in control. All we do is we watch the movie, but we don't write the scripts. So I don't know what the hell is going to happen with Chase, but you can't get better at football unless you play football. I love that Ron put him and the rest of those boys out there. I don't think they overexposed any of the players. I'm mad. The only unit that I've been mad at all, and it was a gift and a curse, but the only unit that I've been mad at all this preseason wasn't any of the coaching staff. It was the second team defense for giving up a touchdown in 14 seconds to the Ravens, which forced the first team offense back on the field. Now, it gave Sam and the first team offense invaluable experience in a 2-minute setting. Again, you can replicate the 2-minute offense all you want in practice. It is not the same as doing it in a game. So you love them getting that work. That's what as a coach, that's what you dream. Can we get our offense on the field in a 2-minute setting so we can actually put the stuff that we've been doing in practice to use and to work in a preseason game to see if we've got a handle on it? And they got to do that. However, in the process of that happening, Terry got hurt. And in my mind, I remember when he first got hurt, I was cussing the second team defense slam out because I felt like it was their fault because Terry should not have been on the field. None of those dudes should have been on the field. But in the same breath, Sam and that first team offense got invaluable experience running that 2-minute offense. They scored a touchdown. It makes you feel good in those situations that they'll be able to do the things that they need to do to help this team be successful in those types of situations. Because as we all know, football comes down to a myriad of things, but in particular, third downs in the first half, in the second half. Those are three of the biggest things you will find in an NFL game. And they were able to execute one of them beautifully. And so while I was pissed off, I'm glad they got out there and got some work. So, JP, you can't be mad. Just let this thing play out, see what happens, and, you go from there. All right. Let's get back into the comment section. All right. Red Wings 01. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Wings 01 writes, I remember Rico having Elijah Higgins in one of his mock drafts. The guy's basically a super raw A.J. Brown, another Stanford wide receiver like Tremaine, but getting looks at tight end. I bet Tavita Pritchard wanted him. That's what it was. I remember reading somewhere that he went to Stanford. He had a relationship with Tavita Pritchard, or Tavita. That's how John Kahn says he wants his name called. So if that's what your mama named you, that's what your mama named you, Tavita, I'm gonna call you Tavita. So you're probably spot on, 110% spot on. That Elijah Higgins, that's his name, and he was probably that a receiver that was getting looks at tight end, and we know how that goes when you're a receiver converting to tight end. People are salivating over the prospects of you turning into what's the tight end in New York that they got from the Raiders? Darren Waller. People are salivating over the prospects of you turning into Darren Waller, right? Because everybody's looking for that. The tight end position is the biggest mismatch you can create on offense in the NFL right now. That's why teams like Washington in particular are getting away from the big, bulky linebackers. They're looking for athletic freaks. They're going into sub packages because you just don't want to be caught with your pants down with one of these linebacker or tight ends in the league getting a look against one of your linebackers. You'd rather have a safety or a corner in the game that can run with these dudes because they're so athletically gifted. And generally, if you put a safety or a corner out there, they're bigger than those dudes. So damned if you do, damned if you don't. So a lot of teams were interested in this Elijah Higgins dude. We were one of them, but obviously we did not get the waiver claim. We were too far down the list. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, JP, writes, I'm honestly getting frustrated with Ron. Dude just doesn't know when to keep quiet. This is the same guy who started Wentz in a big game versus the Browns and didn't know we could be eliminated that week. You know, I said this a long time ago when this first happened. And, you know, I wasn't adamant about it then, but I'm going to repeat it now because I feel this way. So many people, like, that was the end all be all for a lot. Like, Ed was like, yo, I wanted him fired on the spot when he did that. And for me, the other one. For me, I saw it as tunnel vision. Ron was so fixated on what we had to do. He wasn't worried about, because we controlled our outcome. It's different when you need help. Then you should be aware of all of the scenarios, right? But we didn't need any help. All we had to do was win out and we were in. So we were still clinging to the 7th seed at the time. Seattle was behind us. Green Bay was behind us. Detroit was behind us. So Ron was like, bro, we just got to win. We don't have to worry about what nobody else is doing. We just got to win. He didn't think we were going to lose to Cleveland. I'm not mad at that. And I told y'all that in the moment. I'm not mad at that. Here's what I'm upset about. In the moment, Ron got so flustered because he didn't expect to lose. And he literally hitched his wagon to Carson Wentz for the final time because he was trying to prove a point that he got this right, and it blew up in his face. He was so flustered after that loss that when that question was asked of him, he didn't know how to respond. That's what I'm upset about. Not that he didn't know, because Ron was focused on the prize, which was, hey, we win, and all we got to do is beat Dallas next week and we in. He wasn't worried about if we lose, because ain't nobody thinking about losing. Ain't nobody thinking about losing. Losers worry about losing. I keep telling y'all that. Let the losers worry about losing. I don't know what happens if we lose because we ain't losing. My problem with Ron in that moment was that he didn't have the ability to clear his mind, not be emotional. He was too damn emotional. He didn't have the ability to clear his mind and just say, hey, look, man, I don't know what the situation is with other teams and what we need to have happen. All I knew is if we won these final 2 games, we were in. And I was focused on winning this game. And so I don't really know what everything is, but all I know is we blew an opportunity to put ourselves in a position to make the playoffs. That's what I know. Whatever happens now, we have nobody to blame but ourselves. That's what he should have said. Not, oh, I didn't know. Because now you look incompetent. Again, he did that to himself. I'm not upset that he didn't know. I might not have known. You know why? Because I ain't worried about what losing means, because I don't plan on losing. I'm only thinking about what it means if I win. Win this week, win next week, you win. That's simple math. I'm with that. Not with, all right, if I lose, now I got to start doing algebraic equations on how I'm going to get into playoffs. F that. Win, and we moving on to next week with a chance to get in. It wasn't that he didn't know. It was the fact that in that moment, he couldn't formulate a thought that didn't make him seem incompetent. That's what pissed me off. Jace Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Jace, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, writes, Super Friends was lit, Lou. I'm okay with not being sold on someone that is unknown, but I can't stand these guys calling Sam trash and acting like he's a bum. It's absolutely crazy. Hashtag Sam Mahomes. See, I can't rock with the Sam Mahomes hashtag because I'm not endorsing that because I didn't say that. But that's cool. I'm not asking you to be as gung-ho on Sam as I am. All right. What I'm saying is the disrespect is real, but I get it. If I were in their shoes, I did the same thing to LB. That's the pot calling the kettle black. All I've told them is, you're not wrong for feeling the way that you feel. They all think we're going to stink this year. If I were in their position, I would think the same thing about us. Okay? It's not their job to figure out how good or not good Washington is. Until y'all prove that y'all not ass and the worst team in the division, you ass and you the worst team in the division. I get that. That's fair, right? What I'm telling them, and look, what have I always told y'all? You have freedom of speech, okay? You can make whatever decisions you want to make. You are not free from the consequences of your words nor your actions. That's all I'm telling them is you should feel that way. Just know I'm not LB. I'm not going to be modest. I'm not going to be humble. You're going to know if Sam Howell is what I said he is and we winning. You saw what they said last night, right? About 2020. I don't know if some of y'all were with me back in the 2020 days when we first started the Super Friends stream. I was on their ass when we won the division that year. Oh, I was flagrant. I would stop them mid-sentence. Hey. Quiet. Champion is speaking. The champ is here. The champ is here. Oh, you heard him talking about it last night. I was out of pocket. They was like, bro, this and this is why JC is like, I don't know if I can let you have it, bro. I gave you a taste of it back in 2020 and you went nuts. I don't know if I can let you have that, bro. I'm like, come on, JC, man. Come on, man, we tight. You know we do, bro. Come on, just let me get out of one time, man. I hope he finds it in his heart to let me get at him, man. And I'm like, some DMX, get at me, dog. I'm like really trying with the deal, trying to really get at him. You know what I'm saying? Cam G, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Cam G writes, thoughts on Clayton Tune potentially starting, LOL. I've already made that abundantly clear. I encourage anybody that wants to feel confident about week one, if they decide to go in that direction, I think they're going to start Joshua Dobbs, personally. Clayton Tune's not ready to start an NFL game. They know that. But because Dobbs also can use his legs, Clayton Tune ain't running no damn where. So I personally believe they're going to start Joshua Dobbs. That's why they traded for him. And they're going to get him up to speed. He's already proven that in a limited amount of time, he can learn the playbook, digest it, and go out there and execute. He did it last year when the Titans pulled him up and signed him, and he started on a Thursday night against Dallas. It looked like he had been there for at least a month and a half, and he had just gotten there like 3-4 days before. So I think they're going to start Joshua Dobbs. But if you really want confidence going into week number one, in case they start Clayton Tune, go watch that QB school video that your man's did. I said his name earlier. I don't know why I'm blanking on his name, but JT O'Sullivan did. JT ripped him and the Cardinals a new asshole. It was ugly. I mean, just know this, if Clayton Tune starts and we don't pick him off twice, I'll be disappointed. He stinks. And I'm not saying he's going to stink when it's all said and done, but he's not ready right now. It's like if we would have put Sam in last year. And a lot of people got upset with Ron saying what he said. Ron, look, we shouldn't have played Sam until we played him in week 18. What I didn't know, and if you listen to John Kahm's podcast, John Kahm dropped a nugget on us. I didn't know this. Maybe you were privy to this information and I just missed it. But John Kahm was like, they really wanted to play him against Houston, meaning They really wanted us to blow Houston out, but that's Scott Turner, bitching up and us not scoring enough points. They really wanted to get into a situation where we were up big in the fourth quarter and Sam could come in and play the fourth quarter so they could kind of see what we had. Because Ron was thinking about playing him last year. But he wanted him to get some reps first, see what he looked like in an NFL game to be able to feel comfortable starting him maybe against Atlanta the following week. Because Heineke he banged himself up in that Houston game. But he was fine. He played and kept going. But I feel like Heineke was never right after that Houston game. Remember, he was limping around. He could barely hand the ball off. He was on the bench on the sidelines getting his neck rubbed. And then remember, he had a steady decline after that. He wasn't good against Atlanta. He wasn't good against Atlanta, but we won. And then I think the Giants were after that. And he wasn't great in that game either. And then that was a tie. And then he wasn't great in the game after that. And then he was horrible against San Francisco. And that's when he got benched. So I don't know. I just know that John Collins said they wanted to play him against Houston last year. But he wasn't ready to start early in the season. So Clayton Tune is not ready. I'll just tell you that. Red Wings 01, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, I know they said they don't run much base 4-3 now, but they have to find ways to get Kalik and later Cox on the field. I'd even like to see more 4-4. What you're doing, though, is you're effectively taking off the field what they feel like is one of the stronger positions on the team defensively. Number one is the defensive line. Number two, they feel like the secondary they built this secondary, they feel like, into a machine. With all the versatility that they have on the back end, they feel really good about what they can do in the secondary. And they feel like these guys that they can bring in, whether it's Percy Butler, Cam Curl, who shouldn't literally leave the field anyway, but obviously Defoe, Quan Martin, they feel, even Jeremy Reeves, that they feel like having, Benjamin St. Juice in the slot, Danny Johnson can come in. They feel like they have so much versatility, so many options. They don't want to take those guys off the field, So I don't see them going. This is my concern, and it's just preseason. I don't want to overreact, but we can't stop the run. They haven't shown me that they can stop the run out of that base 4-2-5 look. That's the shit that's concerning to me. Is are we gonna have to go to the Cinco package just to stop the run? Because if you go to the Cinco package, now you might be a liability in the run game. I mean the pass game. So I'm a little nervous about our ability to consistently stop the run in 4-2-5, which is essentially our base. They call it nickel, but that's our base now. We never play a 4-3 now. So my question is, can we and we did it? We did for the most part last year. There were only a few games where you go, hey, nah, this shit ain't working. Get to the Cinco package. But I want to see them stop the run because they didn't do it at all in the preseason. At all. No game did they stop the run consistently out of the base. A1 the Great. Stand up. You know what it is. We in the building. Been a mob member for 18 months. My guy, A1 the Great, writes, Lou, it's about that time. I thought you was about to go SWV on me, baby. It's about time. I thought you was about to go SWV, but he said, it's about that time. You damn right it's about that time. I'm here for the ride. Put the seatbelt on in. If you here for the ride, buckle up. I ain't tell you this shit was going to be smooth the entire time, but buckle up. Going to be some ups and downs. So you already know. You already know what it is. Put your seatbelt on. But this season is about to be fun. You damn right it is. I'm going to enjoy every step of the way. The ups, the downs, the highs, the lows, the peaks, the valleys. I'm going to enjoy all of this shit. All of it. Because we about to get us a starting quarterback. We about to be a force to be reckoned with. We about to get some respect. I just want people to put respect on our damn name. LB, you know what I found out about LB, and I found this out last year when we were doing the Super Friends. Or not last year, off season. I found this out in the off season. LB, he's afraid of us, right? So the reason LB is so aggressive towards Dallas is because he's most afraid of them. Right. So he's a lot of his aggression goes towards Dallas and Dak and the Dallas fan base. But he's afraid of us, but he doesn't want to admit it because we haven't gotten to the level to where we are a serious threat yet. Yeah, we might be able to beat them, but his comeback is always going to be, oh, that was y'all Super Bowl. Y'all ain't make it to the playoffs. Y'all in last place. So he can dismiss us like that. But he's afraid of us because he knows what we're capable of if we ever get a quarterback, which is why they don't want Sam Howell to be good, because they know we coming if he's good. They know it. Law knows it. Bad Dog knows it. And LB definitely knows it. The reason why he don't never talk shit about Bad Dog, he ain't afraid of the Giants. They ain't lost to the Giants since 1976. So he ain't afraid of them. He afraid of us, but he's not afraid of us winning overall in the season. He's afraid of us in one game. But how Eagles fans are able to take that fear and cast it aside and dismiss us, that's the term I was looking for. How they're able to dismiss the fact that they're afraid of us is how many times have you gotten into a conversation with an Eagles fan about what we did to them in week 10? What's the first thing they go to? What's the first thing they go to? What's their first defense? It's the only shit they got. Y'all ain't make the playoffs. That was y'all Super Bowl. Y'all was at home on the couch watching us while we was in the playoffs. They ain't got shit else. Take that shit away from them this year. Take that crutch. Make their ass walk. They got a mean limp. Make them walk without the cane. Make them walk without the crutch. That's what Sam about to do. Make their ass walk without that crutch of, oh, y'all trash. Y'all at the bottom of the division. Y'all ain't making it to the playoffs. Y'all the worst team in the division. That was y'all Super Bowl. Nah, don't worry about it. All that shit about to stop. All of that shit about to stop. He says, I predict a rookie RG3-like year. I don't know if it's going to be that good or not. I'll take that back. I expect something to that effect. I expect us to feel that. I said that at the top of the show. I expect it to feel like 2012. He won't be as electrifying as Robert Griffin III in terms of his legs. Of course, we all know that. He's going to extend some plays, though. We've seen that already. And he's going to make some shit happen, and he's going to open some eyes. So, yes, you know what? I do agree with you. I do think it's going to be on some Robert Griffin III thing, type shit. And you know what? Let's start in week 1. Robert Griffin III and the Washington Redskins went to New Orleans in week 1 and put up 40. Let's do a 40 burger on these boys in Arizona or at FedEx against Arizona week 1. Let's replicate that. 40 burger week 1. How about that? That'd be nice. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, not sold on Cody Barton at all. I know Ron doesn't value linebackers in his defense, but at least get 2 decent ones on the field. I ain't mad at you for that. They got to prove it to me. Ron and Jack have been talking these boys up. You listen to Jack? Shit, we got Thomas Davis and Luke Kuechly in their prime on the field. Oh, I love what these guys are doing. I said, Jack, stop. Come on, Jack. I like, boy, why is you lying? Why is you lying? Don't do that. Come on, bro. Keep it a buck with me, man. Jack, we've been at this for 4 years now, man. You ain't got to lie, Jack. You ain't got to lie. You ain't got to lie to me. Keep it a buck with me. We'll see. They might know something we don't. And those boys might be ready week 1. Speaking of which, Jamin Davis, I didn't bring this up. I meant to. I'm glad that we got on the subject matter of linebacker. He went to court today, and I knew this was going to happen because what doesn't happen is athletes actually serving time during the season. Ain't no way that any good lawyer, and if you an athlete, you got money, so you getting the best money can buy, your attorney's going to make sure that this shit is resolved in the offseason when ain't shit on the line. Ain't no way. That's why I told you, I'm not really worried about this. Ain't no way Jamin Davis going to be in jail when the season starts. even if it's a 15-day sentence, he ain't serving a 2-week sentence during the regular season, bro. If he goes to jail for 8 days, or they suspend it and say, hey, you got to do community service, or whatever the case may be, it'll be in the off season. They reset his trial date for March, and at that time he will have a jury trial, and there will be resolution in March. So whatever happens, it ain't going to affect him in the season, which I knew was going to be the case. So I just wanted to make sure we got that straight. Jermaine Cottrell. Jermaine Cottrell, stand up. You are the newest member of the MOBB, my guy Jermaine. Stand up. You in the building. Mob, y'all know what to do. Show Jermaine Cottrell some love. Welcome him with open arms to the squad. Welcome aboard, Jermaine. Remember brown skin Jermaine? Remember him? With the leathers? But instead, y'all gonna remember my name? Nah, y'all don't know what I'm talking about. Jason Rogers, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Uncle Jay. What's good? Says, port wine, Lou. Cheers. Matter of fact, I'm going to take that opportunity, since you brought up wine, crack open another bottle of Chateau de Brion. Pour it up. Pour it up. Not throw it up. Pour it up. Pour it up. My guy, Uncle Jay. Red Ball Manders. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Red Ball Manders writes, imagine if the Colorado Buffaloes are like the 2022 Broncos. It could be. We'll see. Somebody said the other day that the Colorado roster is one of the worst in the nation. That was from an ESPN reporter. We'll see. They got a ranked opponent coming. They're going to a ranked opponent in week 1 of college football. I don't remember exactly who it was. It was a 3-letter school, though, like a TCU. I think it's TCU. As a matter of fact, I think I just hit that. TCU. I think they're like 15th in the nation or something like that. We're going to find out real quick what his son's about at quarterback and what this roster that he is. And look, it's not going to be an overnight process. Deion went in there, turned over the roster, told dudes, hey, y'all can go. If y'all don't want to be here, you can leave. So it's going to take him a little while to get all his players in there. It's not going to happen overnight. I know the transfer portal makes it a process that could speed it up a bit, right? But we'll see. I'm rooting for him, but it could be rough early. Yeah, that's for sure. John Perez, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, JP, writes, I kind of felt that 2018 was the beginning of the end for Snyder. The stadium being empty against Indy may have been a sign. Plus, I ordered a white Terry jersey for the game I'm going to in week 4. Hey, hold it down. You already know we're going to talk about that as we get closer to that game and what you need to do. But I thought that 2018 home opener against Indy was definitely a sign of the times. It was a shock to everybody because we went to Arizona in 2018 week 1, smoked them. They had Sam Bradford at quarterback. We beat the shit out of him. Adrian Peterson, first game as a Redskin, was over there running on those boys. Alex Smith, not Alex Smith. Was it Alex Smith? Yeah, that was the first year without Kirk. Alex Smith was dealing, and we went over there. We beat them comfortably, like 27-6 or some shit like that. It was a nice, easy ass whooping. So you come home off of that with Adrian Peterson and Alex Smith, and you thinking, oh shit, yeah, it's about to be live. The Colts don't have no fan base that travel for real. Like they had just as many fans at the stadium as we did. That shit was empty as a bitch, and they came in there and they beat us. He was like, what the hell? And that's when you knew, hey, these fans ain't effing around no more. Stop effing around and be a man. They won't effing around no more. They was really putting their foot down. And I was like, yeah, I'm with that. I'm with it. Glad you got your Terry jersey. Cody Primo, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Cody writes, I really appreciate what you do, Lou. I just do it quietly. I can't wait to see the content you give us this season, considering the noticeable changes made this offseason. Cheers to the new era, bro. Cheers. I'm not mad at that. Everybody does it their way, and I encourage that. Not everybody's an extrovert. Not everybody is loud and boisterous. Yeah, be you at all times. Be you. I can be loud enough for the both of us. All I ever ask is, even if, just hold me down. If I'm gonna be loud and I'm gonna be wrong, I just need you to have my back regardless. I already told you, this is like a game. I just need you to have my back regardless. Even if you're like, yo, Louie T, what the F, bro? Have my back, okay? Have my back regardless, okay? That's all I ever ask. And y'all held me down last night. I appreciate all of y'all that were in the comment section, holding the kid down. It was a great time last night, and I saw y'all in full force last night, and I appreciate that. Hey, appreciate you, Cody. Continue to hold the kid down, man. Christopher McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, Chris, writes, hey, Lou. What's up, Chris? Hope all is well with you and the fam. Likewise. Says, getting ready for the season with R&R. Absolutely. This is the last bit that you're going to get. Ain't too much more of that going on. So take advantage. What do you think is Jahan's ceiling as a receiver? Top 10. How do you see the time management and awareness changing with Bieniemy? So, let's take those in order. So you asked about Jahan's ceiling. I think it's immense. Everybody, a lot of fans within the fan base want to debate who's the best receiver on the roster. Who cares? I want both of them to be number ones. That's what you're aiming for. As far as how good he can be, Jahan, I think, could turn into, I don't want to say he can turn into Antonio Brown. I don't think he is twitchy enough to be AB. I think he could be Antonio Brown's teammate, but a better version of Deontay Johnson. Like, I think a lot of people forget how good Deontay Johnson is when he's not dropping the football. And I think he can be even better than, way better than Deontay Johnson. But that's what he reminds, his movement skills, in and out of breaks. He reminds me a lot of Deontay Johnson, who's a damn good receiver in this league. I think when it's all said and done, he could crack the top, 15 of receivers in the NFL. Can he ever get into the top 10? That remains to be seen. He's got the talent to do it. I just need to see it. I just need to see it. But I know what he's capable of. I think his ceiling, if you're looking for a receiver in that mix, he's not as twitchy as Stephon Diggs, but he could be Stephon Diggs from a numbers standpoint. Diggs is putting up 1,400 yards every season. Not a big touchdown guy. He had a year where I think he had 10 or 11. Jahan had 7, and he missed 5 games last year. So I think he could even be better than Stephon in that regard. But Stephon is a high-volume guy, 90, 110, 125 catch guy. I think Jahan can be a high volume guy, and he could be explosive. This is the difference, though. Jahan doesn't have to be as heavy a lifter as Stephon Diggs does in the Bills offense, because he's their number one. Jahan doesn't have to be our number one. He can do the explosive thing. He can be like what Gabe Davis is for that offense. Gabe Davis is averaging like 18, 19 yards a catch. I think Jahan can be like 16, 17, 18 yards a catch because he doesn't have to be the number one dude. He don't have to do the 3rd and 6, 7 yard completion. That's Terry. That's Curtis. He can do that too, but I think he can be more explosive and dynamic. So I see him as like a Stephon Diggs type, even though I think Stephon Diggs is a little bit more twitchy than he is. I think he can put up those types of numbers if you're looking for like a ceiling for him. As far as the time management and awareness, EB is hypersensitive to that stuff. I think we're going to be light years better this year on time management, situational awareness, because EB's calling the plays. The biggest problem I had with situational awareness was all due to Scott Turner. Ron Rivera's not calling any plays. You know, my biggest issues with him was game management. When to call a timeout, when to throw the challenge flag, you know, when to go up tempo, when to light a fire under one of his coordinators and say, hey, we need tempo. Like Ron has been talking about tempo all off season, tempo. He talked about it all week this week about how practice has been going. He talked about it 2 days ago. Oh man, we finished practice. Look at this watch. Oh, we finished practice. Thank you. He said, oh man, we finished practice 24 minutes early today because the tempo was so good. So, all right, cool. You talking about tempo? Let me see that shit in the game. I don't want to hear about tempo all offseason. We get in the game and we lackluster. I don't have to worry about that because EB going to control the damn tempo. He going to control them getting in and out of the huddle. He ain't going for that shit. So, in my mind, when I look at EB's influence, I'm excited because I know we ain't wasting timeouts. We not gonna have to call a timeout because Sam is out there and they don't have enough time to snap the ball. We got to call timeout. Like this bullshit we were doing last year. Now the EB's offense, get your ass out the huddle with 14 seconds left so you can get up to the line, call protection, slide it if you need to, and snap the ball. We got pre-snap shifts and motions. You got to get out the huddle in order to do that. You can't get to the line of scrimmage with 8 seconds left and send the guy in motion and then shift and all. You can't do that with 8 seconds. You got to get out the huddle with 14, 15, 16 seconds to do that shit. So not only are we going to be more efficient, we're also going to be more situationally aware. It's 3rd and 2. It's 3rd and 4. We ain't running no damn draw to Curtis Samuel on 3rd and 2 when you got Brian Robinson, who's a damn hammer over here. We ain't got to worry about that dumbass shit happening no more. All right. He might try to get creative and trick you. It ain't going to be no simple gun handoff, inside handoff to Curtis Samuel. What a psychological sense in that. Right? So I think what we've seen in the preseason, what we know from Kansas City and what we've heard about in training camp leads me to believe situationally, we're going to be all right. I know it's preseason. How many timeouts we waste in the preseason? I'll wait. Every 2-minute drive that we had, how many 2-minute drives we have in the preseason? Sam had one against the Ravens before half. Jake Fromm had one at the end of that Ravens game. How many timeouts we have in both of those situations? How many times we come close to, oh man, they better hurry up and snap it? I didn't see any. I'm not saying that didn't exist. I just don't remember many of them this preseason. Situationally, I expect EB to get us in the right sets, get the ball to the right players. We're not going to get to the 6-yard line and be 6 games into the season and Logan Thomas hasn't had a target in the red zone. You saw the ball that Sam threw to Diami? Imagine him throwing that same ball to Logan Thomas. Who's stopping that? That's some top shelf shit. Who's stopping that? That's Casamigos. You can't reach that. You can't reach that. You better go ahead and grab that goddamn Smirnoff and get the hell out my face. You can't reach that Casamigos up there. That's EB. We're going to get guys involved that need to be involved in the situations they need to be involved. And another thing, I'm going to tell y'all right now, I know y'all been paying attention, our running backs are blocking their face off. I went back and I watched all 3 preseason games, and I'm watching these running backs block. They are blocking their faces off. EB is on that ass. Pause. Lil June, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lil June writes, you really call Jesus Christ JC? Yes, I do. Everybody got their own relationships with Jesus, God, all of that. Everybody got their own relationship. Me and JC have our relationship. And yes, I call him JC. And he responds. That's my guy. And we here. So, yes, I do call him JC. Mr. Ron B, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, OG, triple OG, Mr. Ron B writes, cheers, Lou. Cheers, Mr. Ron B. EB gave us our rally call for the season. Why not Washington? Why not us? Why not? We got two of them. Why not Washington? And let's roll these boys, man. Uncle Arizona, let's roll these boys, man. What the hell's wrong with you? Let's roll these boys. Can we beat Buffalo? Why not? Why not Washington? Why we can't upset them? We got two of them. And you know, I'm gonna incorporate my shit in there. But we got two of them. Let's roll these boys. Hell wrong with them. Let's roll these boys. But you know what it is, first and foremost.
New Howell order.
You already know. But yeah, why not Washington? I'm with it. Video channel. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Double up. Thank you for doubling up video channel who writes, Bruce Allen had a bunch of the fan base against Kirk. And look where it had us. We ain't forget about that. I mean, Bruce Allen was a master strategist. I got to give him credit. He knew how to do things. And look, he's not alone in this. This is what NFL franchises do. When you get into negotiations, there are no friends. There are sides. And you got to make the fan base pick a side. And as the organization, you always want the fans to pick your side. So what did they do? They made Kirk look like he was greedy. First of all, he didn't even get the man's name right. He used to call Kirk Kurt. You can't even get my shit right. Why I want to come back and play for y'all? I already know Dan Snyder don't respect me. He didn't even acknowledge me when I beat Cleveland in my rookie season in 2012. He shit on me at every turn that he's had an opportunity, and now you can't even get my shit right. And then you're going to disrespect me with a $24 million, guaranteed deal when I'm asking for 48, and I would have took 48 after the 15 season. Yeah, y'all better get out my face. So, yeah, they tried to make him look greedy. And a lot of fans, because they didn't love Kirk anyway, they bought it hook, line, and sinker. Rob, you. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, if the O-line holds up, this offense can be dangerous. And I've told you this already. I expect the O-line. They'll have their rough patches. There'll be some games where you're going to be cussing me out like, see, Louie T talking that bullshit, said they was going to be fine. It's going to be some games where they get their ass whooped. And Sam going to have to be special back there. And I don't know how special he's going to be able to be. But it's going to be some games where they getting their ass whooped. And they're going to give up some pressures. Don't think they're not, because they are. But they're not going to be as bad as you think. I'm standing firm on that. They'll be good enough for this offense to do what they need to do. I believe that. Christopher McLaughlin, my guy. Chris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, hey, Lou, what is the one AFC game and one NFC game that you are really looking forward to watching this season and why? All of the AFC games I'm looking forward to in terms of the AFC East. Buffalo, Miami, New England, and the Jets. All of them shits is going to be live. And that's the best division not named the NFC East. I think both East divisions are the best in their respective conferences. So I'm looking forward to all of those. But the Bills one in particular at the beginning of the season and the Jets one at the end of the season are going to be pretty big. because I think the Jets will be hitting a stride by the end of the season. So I'm not looking forward to that necessarily. The Dolphins are late in the season, like week 13, right before the bye, if I'm not mistaken. Either it's right before the bye or right after the bye. I think it's right before the bye because I think it's after Dallas on Thanksgiving. So it's week 13 before the bye. That's a big one at home, right? The two on the road are going to be tough, New England and the Jets. But I'm looking forward to all of those. But the NFC matchup that I'm looking forward to, I think it's really the division games. I'm not afraid of any of the NFC West teams. San Francisco did us dirty last year, but my eyes they're not the prize. The prize is Philadelphia. They won the division. They went to the Super Bowl last year. My eyes is on the prize. The division is the prize because all three of the teams that were in the division that made the playoffs won a game in the playoffs last year. So my eyes are really on the NFC East because to me, that's the best of what the NFC as a conference has to offer is in the division. So if we take care of business, I got us going 5-1 in the division. Yeah, that might be a bit far-fetched. Probably more like 4-2 because you're probably not sweeping Dallas. When the last time we done that with Dak Prescott playing in both games? Never. So yeah, the likelihood is we're not sweeping Dallas. And that's the one that I told you I had us at 11-6 in my ego and my pride and you know and my aggressiveness and that innate ability, you know, wanting to compete and just that competitor in me wouldn't let me just let that be a loss because I know better. That Thanksgiving game, we ain't winning that shit. I want to win that game bad. I'd rather win that one than week 8, but then I can't say that with a straight face because we might need week 18 for a playoff spot. So, and that's at the crib. I can't turn that one down in week 18. But what if you don't get the one in week 12 and so the one in week 18 is rendered meaningless because you're not eligible for the playoffs? Like that's the shit I struggle with, right? So I had to give it to us because I think I had us on like a little skid because I think we lost to the Patriots and then we had another team that was before that game that I think we might have lost to. And so I think we was on a 2-game skid and I had to snap that bitch. I didn't want it to get out of control. So I gave us the win. And, you know, at the end of the day, we not sweeping Dallas. I don't think that we sweeping Dallas. I just couldn't bring myself to say that we weren't sweeping Dallas. But I told you 10-7 is really what my head said all off season. And I went 11-6. I did the same shit last year. So I'm being honest with y'all because I told you when I say shit, I mean it and I feel it. And when I don't, I'm gonna tell y'all the truth because we family. So I won't gonna tell them that. And I know they're not watching this shit. So I can be honest with y'all. I get in front of them. F that. We sweeping Dallas. This is between us. They ain't watching this shit. So that's just me, man. It's the NFC East. You want me to pick a game? I don't know if I can. Thanksgiving, huge. You're on the national stage. Everybody's watching. My belly's full. I wanted to stay down and not be upset. Thanksgiving against Dallas. But that game could be rendered meaningless if you don't beat Philadelphia in week 4, or you don't beat the Giants in week 8, or you don't beat the Eagles in week 9, or wherever those games are. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, I had it right. Giants in week 7, Eagles in week 8. Something like that. Like if you don't take care of business there, that game against Dallas on Thanksgiving may be rendered meaningless. Who knows? I'll take my chances though. The NFC East, the AFC East, I'm looking forward to all of those games. Rob, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Now, I mean it about the Giants, just so we clear. I mean it. We busting they shit open twice. I'm not remorseful about that. We going to the Meadowlands. We going to bust their ass. We going to come home and we going to do that shit again. Double up. On a monkey ass. I ain't playing with the Giants ass this year. Watch yourself. I ain't playing with your bitch ass. Rob, you writes, what will Quan's role be in year 1? I think they're gonna use him primarily as a nickel corner. So slot. I think that's his primary role in year 1. I don't think they're gonna move him around. I don't think they need to really just focus on the slot right now. Right? They taught him all these various positions in the event that they get in a pinch and they need him to move around. He's aware, but I think they're going to have him on game days really focusing in on being a slot corner. I think that's what they want from him initially. Will Morris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, my guy Will. Thank you for the dub. I really appreciate you. I don't see a comment here. I see it down here. All right, so we'll get to your other comment. I really appreciate you, Will. Thank you for the super chat. Frank McLaughlin, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Frank, I thanked you on my last video. It was towards the end. I don't know if you made it there, but I just want to say thank you once again for the generous donation on Cash App. Really appreciate you. And to anybody out there that wants to donate, again, you help power the Louie T Network. I can't thank you guys enough for all of your generous donations. Thank you so much, Frank, for the generosity on Cash App. Once again, I truly do appreciate you. And once again, thank you, Frank, for the generosity. I greatly appreciate you. My guy, Frank McLaughlin, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Frankie Baby writes, aloha, Lou. I love the Super Friends episode last night. Man, you had me cracking up. I'm glad. That was the E I was looking for, entertainment. I was looking for that one. I am with you. nHo. Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Rep it, rep it, rep it. Says, like you said, those who don't hear, feel. All right? So they're going to feel, but you don't even got to add the going to part. Those who don't hear, this is how it was told to me. Those who don't hear, feel. Okay? Feel. Don't tell them that. And they laughed at me again. I told them that 2 episodes ago. They laughed at me, asked me how old was the person that told me that, right? I said it again last night. They asked me the same question. They laughed at me again. They're not going to be laughing after Sam goes into the link week 4 and blesses those boys. They're not going to be laughing when Sam goes into their house on Thanksgiving and is super disrespectful. They're not going to be laughing when Sam gets the Giants in week 7 and he blesses those boys for the first time. Like, they have no idea. Their only hope can be that we're not healthy. If we can, and I like that we got them early. They didn't backload us like they usually do. We got the Eagles twice in the first 8 weeks. I want to bless these boys while we right still. I want no excuses. Because I don't know if you know, Jalen Hurts, he be dealing against other teams. When he see us, shit's different. He got us the first game. I ain't gonna lie. He got his shit off. But what I tell y'all about that first game? If we could catch, we'd have had 3 or 4 picks. But we can't catch. There was a play. Bobby McCain is in perfect position. The man don't even jump. Like, bro, what are you even here for? Why? The ball hit Benjamin St. Juice in the back. Like, bro, just turn around. It's a pick. What we doing? Seriously, talk to me. What's the problem? That second game, first of all, he don't be doing that running shit against us. Shut that shit down. Make him a pocket pass. If he bless us, he bless us. I tip my cap. You got me. But we ain't doing that running shit. Not against us. That's number one. Then number 2, we're going to take A.J. Brown away. Devontae Smith has been a pain in the ass, a thorn in our side. This is why we have Emmanuel Forbes now. Slim Reaper against Slim Batman. Let's hope our guy wins. Anyway, the tough schedule is going to open eyes when we start kicking these teams in the mouth. I'm telling you right now, Frankie, if we beat Buffalo week 3, no matter what happens the previous week against Denver, if we beat Buffalo week 3, let's say Buffalo, because I think Buffalo's going to beat the Jets in week 1 on the road. I think they're going to go there and they're going to win, but we'll see. If Buffalo starts slow, then they won't respect the win in week 3. Right? They just say, "Oh, the Bills are still." They instead of them saying big win for Washington, look out for the Commanders. What's wrong with Buffalo? That's the narrative, right? Because we're not good. So they're not going to give us credit. They're gonna ask the question, what's wrong with Buffalo? But if Buffalo's 2-0 and they've already beaten Aaron Rodgers and the New York Jets, and then we beat them, now they're going to say, oh shit, look out for the Commanders. So it's going to be really interesting to see what that game looks like. I don't give a shit. 0-2, 1-1. I don't care what they are. I just want to beat them in week 3. But that's when we're going to get on the map. Because it ain't like last year where you can beat Houston, Chicago, Green Bay, who was struggling, Indianapolis. Don't nobody got to respect that shit. We won on a whole 3-game win streak. We won 6 out of 7 games, and ain't nobody blink. Because it was Chicago, it was Green Bay, who was struggling, it was Indianapolis, it was Atlanta, it was Houston. Ain't nobody blink. The only game they gave us credit for was the Philadelphia win. And they said it was more about what Philadelphia didn't do than what we did do. They didn't even give us credit for that. There ain't nobody blink when we won 6 out of 7 last year. And you know what? We validated that by not taking care of business and making the playoffs. We validated everybody just saying, oh, look at who they played. Because when we played the Giants, we folded twice. When we played the 49ers, we got our asses whooped. When we played the Browns, we looked like shit. So everybody, they felt validated. Like, yeah, that's why I didn't get them no credit when they won 6 out of 7. Can't do that this year because this schedule ain't full of cream puffs. These are big boys. Whether they good or not our problem, but the schedule is what it is. Thank you for that, Frank McLaughlin. Afrocat 2136. Stand up. You know what it is. We in the building. Been a member for 16 months. Right. I'm 30. I've known nothing but despair. We coming. You damn right, Afrocat. You 30 and you ain't seen what real winning looks like. We coming. F all of that stuff that you done seen and experienced. It's time for a new leaf to turn over right now. That's what I'm saying. Wipe that shit from your memory bank, man. Look, I did the Reign of Terror series for us to get over the past. The past is the past. It was painful, but that was therapeutic. I'm ready to move on. We got new ownership. I'm ready, and we got a quarterback. That's the most important thing. New ownership ain't gonna win you no damn ball games. The quarterback coupled with the ownership is what's gonna win you some ball games. Did you see what I saw today? Washington is going to undergo $32 million worth of changes to FedEx Field. I might have to bring my monkey ass to a game. Y'all saw that? That came down tonight. Washington FedEx Field will undergo $32 million worth of changes in 2023. Well, goddamn. All right then. You trying to make me come out of my house and come outside. I don't know if it's going to work, but you're trying. I like it. I like it a lot. Will Morris, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Will. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Will. My guy, Will Morris writes, I felt something in that Ravens win. nHo caught fire. You could feel it in the air. Oh, you feel Collins now? You feel Collins now? He says, crazy good energy. It's good to be us right now. We're smelling it, and I want more of it. Yeah, Will. You talking that talk, Will. You talking that talk, Will. You got that same energy that I got. I like it. I like it a lot. Talk that talk, Will. This is what I'm saying. When we beat Philadelphia last year, that was euphoric. You know what I was disappointed about? That was a big effing win. That was a big deal to me and to most of you who were out there. And the Eagles beat us in week 4 or 3 last year. I think it was week 3. And the Eagles video in week 3 did more numbers than the week 10 win over the Eagles. That shit hurt me. I'm competitive. We just went into their house and we beat them, and we went in their house and disrespected them. And I sent one of our minions, Casey Toohill, to gritty on their ass at the end of the game. And I was expecting us to show up at record numbers and that video to just blow past when the Eagles beat us. And we let the Eagles fans come in here, show up, talk shit, and outperform the video that when we won. That shit is asinine to me. Makes zero sense. That's what pissed me off. But you know what? In saying that, they smelling themselves. That's why they out and about. Snyder won't gone yet. The fan base won't back yet. So it was just a core group that came and supported. And that video did really well. I'm not sitting here and saying that it didn't. It just didn't do as good as the Eagles win in week 3. Because the Eagles fans showed up and showed out. But this shit is different now. We here, we loud, we proud, and we going bananas. We going berserk on these boys, and it's different. I can feel it in the air. It's different. I can feel it coming in the air tonight. Hello. Yeah. When I got a taste of what it felt like, that last year, that Eagles win felt like vindication. I put my neck on the guillotine last year when I said, hey, don't let me catch you out in the streets undefeated. At your spot. I come knocking on the door. He looked through the peephole. I kicked the door in, busted his lip and his nose at the same time. That shit was intoxicating. That's what you got a taste of in that Ravens. That's a preseason game, though, Will. That's a preseason game, bro. But I'm addicted now. Like BB and CC, I'm addicted to love. That was love right there that I felt week 10 last year against the Eagles. That was love. I want more of that. I love what we did there. I want more. Talk to him, Will. Talk to him, Will. HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. HTTC writes, hey, Lou, damn, I love your passion. HTTC. Bro, that's all I know. I only know one way to go. Like, I've been waiting for the longest time to feel this way about this team again. I ain't felt this way about the Washington organization since 99. I'm being honest with you. 2012 was fun, but what took the juice out of 2012, what took the edge off of that was when he got hurt in the playoff game. Like, how can I be excited going into 2013? When we got all this drama, he ain't gonna run this. Him and his dad marched in to the facility and told Matt LaFleur, Kyle Shanahan, and Mike Shanahan what he is and it isn't going to run. How am I supposed to feel good about that? Man's all in for week 1. I couldn't feel good in 2013. Plus, Daniel Snyder was still the owner, so there's that too. This is different. I'm already passionate about this team. Y'all know that. Whether Dan was here or not, I was passionate regardless. Now it's to another level. And we got a quarterback? Man, stop. Stop it. Thank you for the super chat, HTTC. Jason Rogers, my guy, Uncle Jay. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Thank you for the super chat. My guy, Jason Rogers, Uncle Jay writes, July 20th. Best birthday gift ever. Although you're a Cancer, you didn't quite make it to the Leos. You still a July baby like myself. Boy, it doesn't. I told y'all. I said that gift. That I took that as an early birthday gift for myself. I was like, man, that felt like Christmas, bro. Just keeping it a buck with you. That felt like Christmas. Merry Christmas. That felt like Christmas, Uncle Jay. Felt like Christmas. Christmas. Ho, 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 ho. Merry Christmas. Keebler Cookie Man. Wow. Thank you. Big shout out to Keebler Cookie Man. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB Keebler Cookie Man. You are the man. Truly do appreciate you. I don't know if you had something to say or not, but when I'm done getting through all these supers, I'm going to go back in here and look and see if you had something to say. I really do appreciate you. Keebler Cookie Man. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are truly appreciated for the generous and very kind dono. Thank you so much. I'm going to go back and look and see if there's a comment in there for you anywhere. I don't care if you saying, hey, man, my ass smells like cheese. I'm going to read it. I really do appreciate you. Keebler Cookie Man. Big shout outs to Keebler Cookie Man. Thank you so much for the support, empowering the movement. King of the North. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, King of the North, writes, Jonathan Gannon isn't a big blitz guy. I'd bet money he brings the heat next week. Sam hasn't shown the ability for sniffing out blitzes and adjusting protection. That needs to be 100% better before we play division, especially New York. Hell yes. Hell yes. You saw what Dan Orlovsky said, and we all saw that with our own two eyes. We didn't need Dan Orlovsky to tell us that Sam has struggled with some of the hots, right? It happened against Cleveland. It happened against Baltimore. It's something that, hey, look, this is why I'm glad it happened in the preseason. I'd much rather it happen in week 1 and week 2 of the preseason than week 1 and week 2 of the NFL regular season. Don't think that they didn't go and clean that shit up, that they didn't figure out, hey, what are we seeing here? Why is this happening? Why does this happen 2 weeks in a row? All right. I feel like they've cleaned that up. And they've told us over and over and over and over again, Sam's not a repeat offender. He doesn't make the same mistakes twice. So if that's the case, clean the shit up. But Gannon is not a blitzer. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say he's not. He's going to be who he is. Now, maybe he changes it up. You're not playing with as much talent as he was in Philadelphia. He didn't have to blitz in Philadelphia because you had the corners and the safeties and guys who could play. You had coverage on the back end, so you could just let your guys rush. They're not that strapped in Arizona. So maybe he does get aggressive until Sam shows he can pick it apart. I wouldn't doubt that. NFL is a copycat league. You got to show them that, hey, I figured it out before teams are going to stop pressing you and seeing what you know. So I wouldn't doubt that in week 1. I think you might be spot on there. And to your point, the Giants obviously have Wink Martindale. He's one of the most aggressive coordinators in the NFL right now defensively. He's going to bring the heat regardless. I know Bad Dog said, hey, we got rookie corners. Wink Martindale don't give a shit. That's why he got fired in Baltimore. They had like 5th, 6th string corners playing, and he was still blitzing cover 0. He didn't give a shit. So he don't care. He's coming. He had Fabian Moreau and some bums out there in the secondary last year, and he was still bringing the house. He don't give a shit. So if Sam ain't figured it out by week 7, we in some trouble. Martin Matthews, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Martin Matthews writes, Double M. Man, it's been a while. Says, hey, Louie, it's been a while. I just said the same thing. It's been a while, Double M. Good to hear from you, man. First game, I'm looking for D dominance. At least 3 to 4 sacks, 2 to 3 interceptions, and Terry, J-Dot, and Curtis on the sidelines by the 4th quarter. That would be great. Now, you're assuming Terry's going to play. I'm going to speak that into existence right along with you. Hell, I'm with it. That'd be great. What I don't actually know is, the 2 to 3 interceptions, that's a lot to ask in a game. If Clayton Tune is playing, we can get 2. What I truly want is I want 2 to 3 turnovers. They don't have to necessarily be picks. 2 to 3 turnovers is what I'm looking for, and us taking care of the ball in conjunction with that. But with that said, I agree wholeheartedly. I want the squad on the sidelines. I want Sam Howell with a ball cap on and an earpiece in, keying in the fourth quarter as Jacoby Brissett is in getting off on the Arizona Cardinals as he's handing the ball off to Chris Rodriguez Jr. because we got all the backups in the game, getting work, having fun. That's what I'm looking for week 1. But again, most importantly, I can say all this shit. I can talk all of this till my face turns blue. I just want the dub. I don't care how it comes. It can be 9-6. It can be 36-9. It could be 29-28. I just want to beat them, right? I just need the dub. The most embarrassing thing that could happen is losing to Arizona week 1. That is unfathomable. Like, if that happens, I don't know where we go from there. Like, I know there's still 16 games left and you got to get over it, but we've built Arizona up to be the worst team in football right now. That's where they at. When you get rid of Colt McCoy and Clayton Tune and Joshua Dobbs, who is a career journeyman backup quarterback, are your 2 options for week 1, and Kyler Murray's not coming back to at least a bare minimum of week 5, you look like you're tanking. You can't lose to a team who looks like they're trying to lose on purpose. So we better go out there and bust their ass in week 1. But most importantly, we better beat them. I want it to be decisive. Leave no doubt. But just make sure you win, first and foremost. Thank you for the super chat, Martin Matthews. It's good to talk to you, man. Always good to chop it up with you, Double M. David, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. David writes, swear each year is our year. Not always the case. Last year, I'm going to admit, last year I thought was going to be a much, because, and again, it was less about the roster, Carson Wentz, because I didn't know what Carson Wentz was going to give us. All I asked him for was Indianapolis Carson Wentz. I wasn't looking for 2017 wins. I was just looking for 2021 wins. And we might have got that if the offensive line, he started out, you saw how he started. We might have got that had the offensive line not gone to hell in a handbasket. But he says, I'm that delusional. I don't care, but I'm logical and our fans suck. Swear we just complain like we're actually in the facility every day and know what's going on. Look, fans are going to fan. Fan is short for fanatic. And what you got to understand is when, as a fan, it is your duty, it is your right to feel like you are entitled to an opinion, to feel a way about everything. And so when they don't do something you like as a fan, you voice your displeasure with that. And some fans take it a step too far. Look, you're not going to agree with everything that the organization does. I don't. And I'm critical of them when they do things that I don't like. I'm critical of Ron when he puts his foot in his mouth or he does something that I don't like. I'm critical of the organization when they make a misstep that I thought was avoidable, right? Things are going to happen. You're going to make mistakes. That's part of the business. Here's what I don't do. Here's what I deem to be crossing the line as a fan. When you start rooting against the team, to me, you've crossed the line. How can you be a fan when you're rooting against the success of your own team? And there's one thing, I'm not a fan of tanking. That's just not in my DNA. I'm sorry. I know that big picture, sometimes tanking is the best thing that you can do. That's just not who I am. It's not in my DNA. I'm not wired that way. But still, some fans are all, and in 19, I was all for tanking, right? There was no upside and benefit to winning games. We sucked. We were one of the worst teams in football. We needed to act like it, okay? However, the fans that start rooting for their interest versus rooting for the team, those are the fans where I say, bro, we not here. Like, we're not in the same circles. We can't jive. I can't have a conversation with you because you were adamant that Chase Young was going to be a bust after year 2, and now you want to be proven right. Instead of rooting for Chase Young to have a massive comeback season, you want to be vindicated and validated, and so you're rooting against Chase Young. I can't rock with you because we're not here. We're not the same type of fan. You want some other shit, and that's cool. You know, you didn't want Emmanuel Forms. You wanted Christian Gonzalez. So you're going to root for Christian Gonzalez in New England so that he looks good and you want Forbes to fail so you can say, see, I told you so. We're not the same fan. We're not on the same page. I can't rock with you. We can't have a conversation because we're not seeing the thing the same way. It's okay to be wrong. I'm wrong all the damn time. I told you Andre Jones Jr. was a wasted draft pick. I told you Cam Curl was a wasted draft pick in the 7th round. What are we doing? Couldn't have been more wrong about both of those boys. Andre Jones still has to prove it to me in a real NFL setting before I double O him. But I've already double O'd Cam Curl 15 times over. I was blatantly wrong about him. And I was glad to be wrong. Those are the kind of fans I can't get with. Being skeptical and not believing, that doesn't bother. They've been trained to be skeptical, to not believe, to expect the worst. That doesn't bother me. Until they prove that Dan Snyder's no longer here and you don't have to worry about us falling flat on our face week 1 against Arizona, until they prove that, that's how fans are going to react. And I get that. That ain't me, but I get it. John Perez. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy. John Perez writes, your boy Acuna just made history against the Dodgers as the only player in baseball history with 30 home runs and 60 stolen bases. MVP. He's playing again. This is a statement series because Mookie Betts is coming off the pace, and I think the Vegas odds switched to Mookie Betts last week. He's the favorite now to win MVP. I need my shit back. All right, Ronald is the best player in baseball. He's proven it. 30 home runs, 60 stolen bases, first player in MLB history to do it. This is a big series because obviously the Dodgers played the hottest baseball of any team in major leagues in August. And we still the Don Dadas around here. We still run this shit just in case everybody forgot. I seen power rankings that had us second and the Dodgers first. How dare you? Statement time. We going to your building. We going to take either 2 out of 4 and split that bitch, or we taking 3 out of 4. And most importantly, all right, most important, Ronald needs to go in there and make a statement. I'm the MVP, not Mookie Betts. So I don't know what's going on right now. I'm talking to y'all, but I appreciate the update. That means he hit a home run because he had 29 going into the game tonight. So appreciate the update, JP. Damn right he's the MVP. Joe Rockhead, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, lack of legit MLB is why base 4-3 is sus. It's been that way. They thought Jamin Davis was going to be the middle linebacker. He wasn't. We know Cody Barton isn't that guy. And so they haven't had that. And when you don't have a true general in the middle of your defense, why bother? You can play a 4-3 when you got a Fred Warner in the middle of your defense. You can play a 4-3 defense. Hell, you play a 3-4 when you got a Roquan Smith in the middle of your defense. We'll have that. So now you got to minimize that position. That's what they're doing. You're not wrong. Quan Legend. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Quan Legend writes, 700 plus likes on Tuesday live. Let's hit 500 tonight. Y'all heard him. Public service announcement. I'm going to tell you right now, Quan, it ain't going to happen. I gave y'all the reels on that. I had a deep conversation with one of my homeboys about the psyche, that what goes into the psyche of viewers and hitting the like button. And he gave me a whole different perspective that never dawned on me. And I don't necessarily agree with it, but that's an angle that I never saw it from. So I get that, but I don't get that. And so I struggle with the lack of hitting the like button. I do. I really, truly do. And I told you why I forget sometimes. So now I make it a point of emphasis. Soon as I show up in the building, like button. Even if I watch the video and I think I treat it like how I feel like when I leave my house. Did I lock the door? I'm not sure. I know I locked the door, but I ain't sure. I'm going back and I'm gonna check just in case. Did I like the video? I think I liked it. I'm not sure. I'm done with the video. I've already moved on to a new video. I'm going back just to make sure I hit the like button. I'm not doing that no more because I know how it feels to not get your shit liked. So I don't want to do that to anybody else. It's just like when I was in my past life as a merchandiser, it changes the way you see shit. When you're a merchandiser and you take 2.5 hours to set this shit up and make it look pretty just for a customer to come take that bitch 7 hours over and then put it on the shelf somewhere else. And you thinking to yourself, you mother, did you really just do that? I just took 2 hours to stack this shit up this high and you're going to take a bag and turn and take the bitch 7 hours over and then put it back somewhere else? I'll never do that in the store now because I got a different perspective. I see it different now. I know what it feels like. My sister used to be a waitress. She was like, I'm definite. If I got good service, I'm definitely tipping because I know what it feels like to give good service and not get a tip. When you have experienced it, you got a different perspective on it. So I got a different perspective on likes. So I know what to expect now. So I don't get discouraged by it anymore. But it still baffles me. I won't lie to you. Appreciate you, Quan Legend, for the PSA though. Jeremiah Stafford. Stand up. You know what it is. We in the building. Been a member for 13 months. My guy Jeremiah says, what's up, Lou? What's going on, Jeremiah? We 10-7 this year. 42-16 week 1. I'll be there. You know what it is. And you know what to do. You know what to do. You go in there and you come back home with what? The dub. You know what it is. Make it happen. Captain. I love it. 42-16. That's music to my ears. That's what I'm looking for. That's exactly what I'm looking for in week 1. Duncan Wright, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Uh-oh. Eagles fan entered the chat. My guy, Duncan Wright, thank you for being a member of the MOBB. Writes, very important PSA announcement coming. Please listen. No, I'm not smashed yet. I don't know. That announcement had an R in it, bro. I don't know. You might be already a little tipsy. You might not be smashed yet. Your ass might be tipsy, though. I ain't saying. I'm just saying. Grande Groove. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Grande Groove writes, I got people on the Sam Howell Mahomes train. Come on, man. Not you too. Not you too, man. Like, come on now. Me and Bad Dog had a share to laugh today because we were in our group chat. And I told Bad Dog, I said, it too, Bad Dog? Y'all know the saying, it too, Brute? Like, come on, bro. Not you. Like, I expect that from LB, man. Not you too, though, Bad Dog. You better than that, man. He was like, bro, you brought this on yourself. I'm like, but you know what I said, though. It don't matter, man. Not you too, though, Grande Groove. Et tu, Grande Groove? Come on, bro. Stall him out, Grande Groove. Stall him out. Come on, man. Stall me out. Uh-oh, here we go. Duncan Wright. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Duncan Wright writes, all you fans, there's nothing good for you this year. It's all bad, nothing good. You're going to go 0-17. Doom and gloom. Your stadium pipes will burst and rain sewage on your fans. Hey, Duncan, man. I love you, bro. I'm not even gonna go there with you tonight, man. We making $32 million worth of improvements to our stadium. So you know what? You can kiss our ass. All right. We about to make FedEx Field the place to be until we get a brand new stadium. All right. So kick rocks. That's how I feel about that. All right. And 0-17. I'll see you week 4. Just know that. And trust me, you're not sweeping us this year. You know, I meant to make a bet with LB. I really, truly did. About Washington's record. Because I knew he was going to shit on us. And I wanted to make a bet with him. And I forgot. I was so in the moment. I was in my pocket. I was feeling good. Just put him in the pocket. I was in my pocket. I let him off the hook. It's all good. I ain't tripping. You ain't gonna rain on our parade, Duncan. Right? You so wrong. You definitely ain't right. Cheers to that. Jace Jackson, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Jace. Who writes, what's your opinion on this defense, Lou? Rank-wise and just all around. Top 5. Who's your favorite offensive player and defensive player? I told you I'm more worried about the defense than I am the offense. I told y'all that. I've been saying that since the start of the offseason. I've been saying it all camp. They haven't shown me a damn thing in the preseason that has curtailed my fears. I'm worried about the defense. They got to prove to me that they're legit. They got the weapons. They got all the pieces that they need. I'm not concerned about the talent. This is not about talent. It's all about coaching. It's all about putting your players in the right positions to be successful. If they can do that, I got no doubts that Montez Sweat and Chase Young, if he plays, and Deron Payne and Jonathan Allen can win. I got no doubts that Kendall Fuller and Cam Curl and Defoe can do their jobs on the back end. I got to see about Emmanuel Forbes. We'll see what he's about. I love the fact that he's willing to come up and stick his nose in there. But I knew that. I told y'all that when he was at Mississippi State. You didn't never see any B word in him. He was never scared. He was bone crusher. He won't never scared. I told y'all that. Don't worry. Don't let the weight fool you because he's sticking to you. Don't let the weight fool you because he's sticking to you. Or do something else great like a pick to move you. What y'all know about that? Nothing. Let me ask you again. What y'all know about that? Nothing. Rank-wise and just all around. I can't imagine us being as good as we were on third downs last year. Some of that was good defense, and some of it was luck, and some of it was the opponents. We just didn't play good offenses last year. So it was a confluence of all of that shit. We playing much better teams. You're not going to get as lucky. Teams dropping passes, quarterbacks missing open receivers. You're not going to get as lucky as you got last year. And we forced some of that shit too. Now, I don't want to take away from the defense and what they got done. So, but I can't imagine us being the best in the league on third downs again. That would be great, but I'm not banking on that. I don't expect us to fall off a cliff either, though. I'll say we are and this is good enough to win. We are the 11th ranked defense in the NFL this year. 11th. Just outside the top 10. Because you're playing Rodgers, you're playing Allen, you got Hurts twice, you got, say what you want, but Daniel Jones, they got weapons now. You got Jones twice, you got Dak twice, you got Brock Purdy, like you got Tua and those weapons out there in Miami. We play some teams this year. Like this ain't some cupcake shit we got going on. So 11th, right outside the top 10. Who's your favorite offensive and defensive player? Offensive player is Terry. I'm not going to keep it simple, stupid. Like Terry is so effing consistent. It's not even funny. And while I love Jahan and I think he's got a shot to be one of the best in the business, Terry's been doing it for 4 years now, unequivocally, with no QB. and with a half-assed offensive coordinator. Terry told you on the Pivot podcast, there'd be times we'd be in a huddle and we're like, this shit ain't gonna work. And Terry still made it work. So Terry's my favorite offensive player by a mile. Defensively, I really am a big fan of Daron Payne now. He has converted me. I've done a full 180 on him from the time he was drafted. You guys know about JP loves bringing up the rant. He'll like the anniversary of the rant, he'll post it on Twitter. Like, hey man, you remember this? I'm like, of course I can never forget it. And you'll never let me forget, JP. It was never about, and I always make sure I qualify that whole rant with, it was never about Daron Payne. It was about what we were passing up. I thought Daron could be good. I didn't think he could get to the quarterback. That's why I was pissed off though. But I thought he could be a good football player. I just didn't think he was worthy of the 13th overall pick or whatever it was that year. He proved me wrong, and I'm so glad that he did. And I've already offered up multiple double O's, and he was so dominant last year. And I love Jonathan Allen, and I love his dominant nature, and he's just as good. But Jonathan still ain't cracked a double-digit sack season. He's a force up front, though. He's always in the backfield. But Daron was special last year. Like, Daron was top 3 in tackles for loss on the defensive in the league, tackles for loss. And Daron was top 10 in sacks. Like, that's next level shit, man. And Daron has kept the message consistent. Like I feel about Terry. Terry's been consistent. Daron's been consistent. He said, bro, I just love being around my bros, and I love playing football, and I love making plays. That shit ain't changed. He's been saying that since year 2. Now he's finally starting to make the plays that he was talking about. He's like, I had so much fun. That was the funnest year of football I've had in my life last year. He had fun, and he was making plays. I want to see him do it again. I enjoyed watching Daron Payne play football last year. He was a menace up front, along with Payne. Coach Kev, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Coach Kev writes, Lou, Coach says, if JD goes to jail, it's all your fault. What did I do? He says, you should have warned that man about the Commonwealth. You know they don't be playing down there. Okay. All right. I'll take blame for that. Hey, ain't my fault he likes NASCAR and Jimmy Johnson's his idol, and he thinks he can do 150 on residential streets. That's not my fault. But the Commonwealth is nothing to play with. You are absolutely right about that. Had he been in Texas, Jerry Jones had a dude doing 90 last year and 60 this year, and Jerry Jones said, hey, that's an improvement. What? That's Texas, though, right? Sam Williams is fine. He's fine. He won't do a 96 this time. It was only 63 in a 35. He's fine. I can't vouch for Jamin Davis, but I can tell you, bro, Jamin, if you're watching this, don't do that shit in VA. Take it to Maryland or DC. You'll be fine. Don't do that shit in VA. All right. And I know you probably live in Northern Virginia. Don't do that shit in Virginia, bro. Because they don't give a damn about your ass at all. Period. They want to make an example out of your ass. Oh, you an athlete and you speeding? Let's make an example out of him. Watch them give him jail time just because. They know damn well they can slap him on the wrist and say, hey, if I catch you in my courtroom again, because this is the second time, and that's what they're going to try to use as an excuse to put him in jail. And look, I'm not mad at them, but because the next time could be the time where he kills somebody, and that's what you're trying to avoid. So making him go to jail, it may open his eyes to, hey, man, this shit is serious. They're not playing with my ass. And maybe that's what needs to happen, because I'm an advocate for nipping this shit in the bud before it gets to a level where you Henry Ruggs in somebody. So maybe that needs to happen. I'm not advocating for it. I just want him to straighten up and fly right. I just want him to get his shit together. Cody Primo, Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy Cody writes. Miss Perry says, ain't no play in VA. Ain't no play in VA. You know what? Go watch what you say. Ain't no more play in VA. Don't make me get crunk in here now. That's my error right there. All right. You know what it is. All right. Cody Primo writes, don't worry, Lou. Ben had my support. Game 1 score. I'm gonna roll with who had 42-16. Jeremiah Stafford had 42-16. That's good for me. I don't think we're gonna put up a 40 burger though. I don't think we disrespectful enough out the gates like that. EB got that killer instinct though. He came from Kansas City. They were rolling up, points on boys. So EB ain't got no mercy, but I don't know if we ready for EB's level of disrespect yet. I don't know if we got that dog in us yet. I'm going to say 36-20. 37-20 is what I say. And that's subject to change because I always give y'all my take on the game. I don't have to withhold this like it's some kind of a secret this week. Y'all know where I stand on this week 1 matchup against Arizona. It's just how bad is it? That score could change. We'll see what Terry is. We'll see what Chase is. We'll see what the injury report looks like. And it could change, but we'll see. Right now, 37. I'm feeling real 37-20-ish. Aaron Carson. Stand up. You know what it is. We in the building. Aaron Carson, been a member for a year. Says 6 to 7 home wins, 3 to 4 road wins, playoffs. Thoughts. That's how you make it. Protect home and split on the road. That's I've always said when it was 16 games, 6-2 at home, 4-4 on the road, that's 10-6. That should get you into the show. That should get you a ticket. Didn't always work that way, but most years 10-6 gets you a ticket. Now 17 games, the game has changed. Some years you're gonna have 9 games at home. Some years you're gonna have 7 games at home, right? So it's a little different now. The game has changed. However, 6 to 7 is really like you want to know the one place I'm still a little like tender. And Law yesterday, and I don't know if there's been a post about this. If somebody don't do it, I'm gonna do it because he came after my neck with the whole Patrick Mahomes thing. So if don't nobody post the tenderize that bitch, the tenderized meat, I'm gonna post that. But you know what that made me think of? And a lot of y'all probably didn't watch this movie. This was a funny ass movie though. Bait with Jamie Foxx. Jamie Foxx, first of all, is funny as shit. But I don't know if y'all remember the scene when he was in jail at the beginning of the movie, and he had the dude that was hyping him up, and he was doing the different boxes on the little punching bag. And he did Tyson. He's like, "Yeah, I'm ferocious. I'm the best. I'm the best." And then he bit the ear, and then he did a Van Holy. Oh, my ear. Then he did Muhammad Ali, and he started doing the little bell pause. I was like, come on, bro. Like, seriously, you gonna do the Parkinson's? Like, but he was hitting the bag at first before he even did all of the impressions, and the dude said, "Tenderize that bitch, Alvin." That's what I thought about, but he didn't go in that direction. He said, "Tenderize meat." And he just left it there. And he let that shit marinate. And I was waiting for the pause. And it never came. Anyway, I know I got off track there. In my mind, the one thing that I'm still afraid of is that we won't protect the house. That's the one thing that I'm still a little nervous about. If you're trying to be a 10-win, 11-win team, you got to, because it's hard to win on the road in the NFL. And so if you serious about winning 10, 11 games, as I think we are this year, you got to protect the house, man. It's got to be on some Under Armour shit. You must protect this house. We got to protect the crib, man. And we do not do a great job of that. We lost to the Eagles at home last year. What was the record last year at home? Let's just go with last year. Week 1, we beat Jacksonville. Week 2, we lost to Detroit. Week 3, we lost to Philadelphia at home. So that's 1-1 at home. Week 4, we lost to the that was a road game too. Week 4, we went to, what was week 3? Okay, Dallas. Lost that game. Week 5, we came home. We lost to the Titans, so we're 1-2 at home. Week 6, we beat the Bears. Week 7, we beat the Packers, so you're 2-2 at home. Week 8, we went to Indianapolis and won. Week 9, we lost to Minnesota at home. You're 2-3 at home. Week 10, we beat the Eagles. Week 11, we beat the Texans. That was a road game. Week 12, we beat the Falcons. You're 3-3 at home. Go to the Giants. We go to the Giants again. Come to the Giants. Come to us. We lose. We lose that game. You're 3-4 at home. We lose to the 49ers. We lose to the Browns. You're 3-5 at home. And we beat Dallas. You're 4-5. We had 9 home games last year, and we went 4-5. That's a losing recipe. That's how you don't make the playoffs. Got to beat the Titans at home. You got to beat the Vikings at home. You had that game. Like you. That's the difference between making the playoffs and missing the playoffs. Winning at home, because you're not gonna go on the road and dominate unless you're an elite team. Which we are not. It takes a different type of mindset to go into somebody's building, hostile environment, and come out victorious consistently. You can do that, once every 2 or 3 games. To consistently do that and end up 13-4, 14-3, you got to be built different, and we're not there yet. So you got to take care of home. That's the easiest way to make it to the playoffs. So, Aaron, if we're going to get there, we need 6 to 7 home wins. That's how you're going to get there, honestly speaking. I appreciate you, Cody Primo, too. You said Ben had your support. I appreciate that. Zoe Life, No Life. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Who writes, can we get a salute to TH4 for finding us a QB? We definitely can get a salute to Taylor Heineke for. So, again, I found this out on John Combs' podcast. It was not only Taylor Heineke that vouched for Sam to play. Marty Herney, who I love. I told you, I'm not a Martin Mayhew guy. I'm a Marty Herney guy. Marty Herney knows football players. He knows football players when he sees them. I trust him. He's on the road. I don't trust Martin Mayhew. That said, Marty Herney and Taylor Heineke wanted Sam Howell to play in Week 18. So that's how it came about. Shout out to Marty Herney. Shout out to Taylor Heineke for and Taylor was out of spite. He was like, man, y'all ain't play me last week when the playoffs was on the line. Don't try to come back to me now. Don't try to get dap to me. He on some Big Sean shit. Get no dap to me. Right? Like, bro, you play me in this Week 18 game. I break my leg and my career is. I got a payday waiting for me on the other side of this Week 18 game, bro. You crazy? You think I'm gonna jeopardize that for a meaningless Week 18? I'm established now, bro. I'm a legit backup quarterback in this league now. Hell out my face. Let Sam have it. Shout out to Taylor Heineke, man. Legend for that. Don't want to minimize the role that Marty Herney had in that as well, though. On some a la Scott McCloughan on starting Kirk Cousins over Robert Griffin III. Jay Gruden needed some backup. His voice wasn't loud enough. He couldn't go to Dan by himself and say, I want to start Kirk. He needed reinforcements. Enter in Scott McCloughan, and it got done. HTTC. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, be honest, who on the schedule worries or scares you? The Jets late in the season, the 49ers late in the season. Those are scary games. I'm not going to lie to you. More so the Jets because it's on the road than anything else. And it's in the Meadowlands, and that's just not a good place for us generally. So I'm not looking forward to going there twice in one season. But yeah, that's I would say of all the games on the schedule, that's the one I'm looking at. But I don't really fear anybody. We're not in a position anymore to where I really fear anybody to the point where I don't think we have a shot. Buffalo on the road would have been really dicey for me. I just think that they have a really distinct home field advantage, along with teams like Kansas City they win at home. They know how to play at home, and the crowd shows up. Generally, it's all of their fans. Like, you don't see Bills Mafia game. You don't see Buffalo Bills games being taken over by another team's crowd. Same with the Chiefs, Green Bay. It's just certain like places where it's nothing else but Chiefs football, but Packers football, but Seahawks football. Like, it ain't shit else to do. So ain't nobody else infiltrating the stadium. It's just us. The Bills have that. We don't have to play them there, though. So I think the Jets is the one that I look at and say, yeah, I'm not looking forward to that. But who knows? The Jets could suck by then. I think they're going to be hitting their stride by then. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, I can't leave you. Uh-oh. You didn't mean with some Jodeci right now? I can't leave you alone. You got me fiending. You didn't mean with some Jodeci right now? Is that what we're doing right now? Sam got me fiending. Pause. Right? I got it for you. Boy, I'm fiending for you. All right. Again, pause. Relax. Yeah, I see what you're doing there. All right. Sam's my guy, but hey, easy. We don't want to go and cross into law territory and start tenderizing meat here. Pause again. All right. I appreciate that, though. I know Jodeci, that's your group, so I got you. Lil June, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Lil June, who writes, I'm 21. Boy, what a time to be alive as a fan, man. I'm so happy for you. You didn't have to necessarily go through a lot of the garbage that we went through. You probably caught the tail end of it, but you didn't endure all of it. You should be exposed to a much better life. I'm going to treat you like one of my kids. Like, I'm going to go through it so you don't have to go through that, Lil Joan. I'm excited for you that you didn't have to go through all of that, and now you getting this breath of fresh air. Says, if we win the Super Bowl, I will cry. I know I'm not a crier when it comes to happy. When I'm happy, I don't cry. I don't know how I'm going to feel if we win a Super Bowl. I know I'm going to be ridiculously excited and exuberant. Crying is one of those weird emotions. I don't usually cry when I'm extremely happy. I'm not discouraging anybody from crying, though. For what we went through, some tears might be appropriate, to be honest with you, especially for those OG fans who never seen a Super Bowl, because the real OGs seen multiple Super Bowls, seen all three of them. So you might have said to yourself, I might not ever see another Super Bowl in my lifetime, but you've seen Super Bowls. For the OG fans from like 93 to now, who said, man, I might not never see one of these joints. That might be worth crying for. I saw a Super Bowl in 91. All right. I ran around the house in my Mark Rippon Hutch helmet and my Mark Rippon what was the name of the brand? It came in a box. I still have the helmet at my mom and dad's house. It looks like shit at this point, though. But it was a little whack-ass jersey. It wasn't a real jersey, of course. And then it had the little pants with the stripes down the side. And I was running around the house doing laps when we won that damn game against Buffalo. I experienced the Super Bowl, as Lord Brunson likes to say. I was in my PJs. Yeah, I was a little kid, man. I wasn't outside, as he likes to say, when we won the Super Bowl. At least I got to experience it. Some of y'all don't know what playing in the NFC Championship game is like. What playing in the Super Bowl is like. I want to experience that as an adult, though. When you a kid, all you know is, did we win or did we lose? Like, getting into the intricacies of what's going on. Of course, you're not doing that as a kid. You know, did we score a touchdown? Did we not score a touchdown? Did they score a touchdown? I just knew when we scored, I celebrated. When we picked it off, I celebrated. When we won, I celebrated. I want to actually know what the hell's going on. So, if we win a Super Bowl, bro, all bets are off. I can't tell you what the hell I'm going to do. I know I'm going to be petty, though. Petty. Abner Doron, my guy, Ab. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ab, thank you for being a member of the MOBB, who writes, my man Lou, Ab, says, fan since 85, so I'm lit and petty as F as well, and I will shout out my 24 years of frustration away, my lungs out, root for the potential first franchise QB since 38 years ago, and show how a Mexico, Washington loyal roots. Oh my God. Ab, I'm so glad to hear you say that. I didn't know you. First of all, you look good, bro. You look good. I didn't know you were that old of a fan. Fan since 85? What? Every time I see you post with your flag, bro, thought you was a 90s baby, man. So you telling me if you a fan since 85, that means you was born in the 70s more likely than not. Unless you saying like I was a fan at birth and you was born in 85. Okay, I can see that, but I can't claim I was a fan in 86 when I was born. Like I didn't know what the hell was going on, right? I didn't really know what was going on until I was 4, 1990. That 91 playoff, the 90 season into the 91 playoffs when we lost to the 49ers. When Mark Rippon was horrible. He threw like 3 interceptions. That's my first memory, like, of heartbreak. But I love it, man. Talk that talk, man. Talk that talk. Mexico, come over here and represent. Represent. Hey, man, it's been a long time, bro. It's been a long time. We've done this before, but we're going to do it again tonight because tonight's that night, right? It's been a long time coming, but I know change gonna come. Oh, yes, it is. You know why it's gonna come? Because we finna let Sam cook. Cheers to that. My guy, Ab. I love it. Double up. Thank you for doubling up, Ab. My guy, Abner Duran. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Ab writes, here's to the new era of... hold on. This sounds like a cheers. Let me get my glass up. Cheers to the squad. Get your glass up. This sounds like a cheer. Cheers, everybody. It sounds like a toast. Get your glasses up, y'all. Ab writes, here's to the new era of multiple, consistent, and irrefutable winning seasons to come, and to the joy and privilege to be a part of history at FedEx Field and here alongside you and the entire Mob Squad, rising a tequila shot. It's It's a toast, everybody. Get your glasses up. Get your glasses up. It's a toast. Y'all heard the man. He got a shot of tequila in his hand. Get your glass up. This is to, I'm going to say it again. Give everybody a chance to get your glass in the air. Here's to the new era of multiple, consistent, irrefutable winning seasons to come, to joy and the privilege of being a part of history at FedEx Field, here alongside you and the entire Mob Squad, rising a tequila shot. Cheers, everybody. Cheers, app. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Ab, you my guy, man. You my Mexican brother. I love you, bro. Hell yeah. And usually when you come, we don't miss. When you show up, automatic dub. So I'm feeling good about, I was already feeling good. I'm feeling even better about week 1. Waiting on my post with the flag. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. My guy, Metaphor writes, no more boom mic at Super Friends. Use what you got now. Okay. All right. So let me explain what happened. So let me give you what I was going through when I got wind of the fact that, because the mic issue was a problem. I apologized to y'all after the last Super Friends stream, and I said that will never, ever, I think it was 2 streams ago. I said that will never, ever happen again. I am so sorry. If I'm going to represent y'all, I got to do it the right way. Y'all got to hear me. They can't be talking over me, stomping on me like I'm irrelevant. We might be in last place, but you ain't going to treat me like I'm in last place. Bitch, my mama ain't no hoe. Bitch, my daddy ain't no hoe. Bitch, my sister ain't no hoe. Why you trying to play me like a hoe? I ain't going to let them do that, guys. So what happened was I debuted the Come On Cam, right? So the Come On Cam is a webcam, right? So it's an alternate look. And I was mad because I did a bunch of looks into the Come On Cam and the shit won't even on because I was in the big view so y'all can see the schedule. So I feel like a dumbass because I was doing a whole bunch of posing in front of the alternate camera and y'all didn't even see the shit. Anyway, because I had dual cameras working at the same time, and that was the first time we had done an NFC East Super Friends stream through StreamYard on that particular channel, it went to default settings. And the default audio setting was through the webcam and not through my regular mic. And so I couldn't figure out why I was having an issue. I'm reading the comments. Everybody's like, yo, you sound like you talking through a string in a can. I can't hear you. Louie, fix your mic, yada, yada, yada. And I'm like, bro, I got the mic right here at my face. I turned it up. I hadn't turned it up yet, but I did turn it up. And I was like, what's going on? So then I was like, oh, I think I know what it is. I went into the settings, and lo and behold, it was the audio you were hearing was through the webcam, which, you know, that's trash audio through the webcam. So I switched it. I turned my mic up, and the rest is history. You don't have to worry about that. Again, from now on, before the stream starts, I will make sure that my audio is straight and that the default settings don't come into play. So that's on me. I got to be better than that. But I appreciate y'all letting me know, because I was definitely seeing y'all in the comment section like, yo, turn your mic up, bro. Appreciate y'all. Jado, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Jado writes, what up, Lou? What up, Jado? What up, Jay? I can't wait to see the guys out there, man. Week 1 is always special. It hit different. When you see the fellas for the first time, you know, knowing they ain't coming out of the game. You ain't got to worry about how long are they playing. Like, this is it. It hits. Week 1 hits different. It feels like the rest of the season is a whirlwind after week 1. Because, you know, week 1 hits, and then you look up, and then it's week 7, and you're like, damn. Then it's Thanksgiving, it's week 12. And then next thing you know, we talking about playoff scenarios, and Before you know it, it's January. You're like, God damn, what happened? Where did all the time go? So while I'm looking forward to it, I ain't trying to rush it. I said this on my podcast. While I'm looking forward to September, I kind of don't want August to end because it's already over if you're on the East Coast, like myself. But I don't want it to end because I know once September hits, everything kind of goes into hyperdrive. But man, do I love the rhythm of the fall. College football, there was a game tonight, Florida and Utah. College football on Saturdays, NFL on Sundays, Mondays, Thursdays. You also get college football on Thursdays if you are into that. You get some Maction on Tuesdays if you into that. Like, it's a lot that you just it's nothing like on a Saturday night. I'm lit. I done had 2 bottles of wine with my wife. She done passed out on the couch. And I turned to CBS Sports and Hawaii is playing BYU. Like, it ain't no better shit than that. I don't give a shit about Hawaii and BYU, but it's football. I don't give a shit. I'm just watching them throw the football around. That's great. It's nothing like it being 11-56, and I'm watching Boise State and Wyoming play. That's and it's just the second quarter. The game started at 10:05. It's just the second quarter, right? Like, oh, this is great. If I want to fall asleep, I want to doze off at 12:27. I'm in the third quarter of Boise State, Wyoming. UNLV and New Mexico State. I love that shit. Who doesn't love that? That's why you gotta love September, October, November. I can't wait to see the guys in week 1. I just don't want it to go too fast. I want to enjoy this season. This offseason was great. I think the season is going to be epic. I just want to enjoy the ride. You know what I'm saying? I don't want it to fly by. I think I'm going to make it a point of emphasis to make sure that you guys, because I'm going to enjoy this shit. I'm going to savor this. This is going to be a hell of a season. I didn't start nHo order for nothing. This is going to be a hell of a season.
nHo order.
This is going to be a hell of a season, and I didn't start nHo order for nothing. I'm going to savor this shit. And I'm going to make sure y'all enjoy the ride as well. I'm going to make sure that y'all don't take the ride for granted. Enjoy this. We will never have an inaugural season again with this ownership group, because I don't know if we're going to have another ownership group after this. Josh Harris could have... He's got sons. We've seen them. He can just pass it down to his kids like Jack Kent Cooke was supposed to do. And so we may never have new owners again. Enjoy this. We'll see. Let's hope that we don't have any issues moving forward and that we never have to go through what we did with Dan Snyder, and so that we're never looking for new ownership. Abel Ambrosio. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. My guy, AA, writes, first of all, hold on, time out. Let me get a 30-second. First of all, I love all of y'all. Okay? All of y'all. Because without y'all, this doesn't exist. So when I tell somebody I love them, that doesn't mean I'm lit. Bro, when I tell you I'm straight, I'm good. Y'all have seen me lit before. Last week, I did a stream. I told my wife I can never, ever be high on a stream again. I was high out of my brains. Y'all saw it, right? I'm doing a stream. I would be talking, and y'all know I'm famous for going off script, off the rails a bit, non sequitur, and then I circle all the way back and come back to where I started, right? Go off topic. I do it all the time, right? That night when I was high, I told you I can't watch And I was wrong. I thought Jake Fromm was going to get three to 4 quarters. I thought he would either play the whole game or 3 quarters. Jake Fromm pretty much only played the second half. But he might have played some of the second quarter. Not a lot of it. Jacoby Brissett was in there for a while. But I told myself I can't watch Jake Fromm sober. When I tell you I was lit, first of all, I've learned how to take edibles. I know how to take them to make them effective. If you were like a serious weed smoker and you like, man, edibles don't do nothing for me, I figured it out. Change your life. Anyway, when I tell you I would go and talk about something, and the minute I went off topic, I would forget the shit that I was talking about before. And y'all saw me that night. I would pause and I would sit there. And I would be sitting there for like 30 seconds. And I couldn't figure out what the hell, what was I talking about? Like, I just said a whole lot of shit. What the fuck was I talking about? And then I'd start talking about something else, and then it would come back to me. I told my wife, I can never be that high on the camera. I can never be high on camera again. Never again. I can be lit on camera, like from wine or alcohol, because I can still function cognitively and be okay. That shit was next level. Like, I was in the stars that night. I was in the stars last Saturday night. I can't do that again. But just because I tell y'all, or I told Ab I love him, I love all y'all, bro. I am not lit. I truly, genuinely, and y'all know I get sentimental from time to time, like Deborah Cox. I get sentimental from time to time. I don't do it often, but I get sentimental, and I tell y'all how much I appreciate y'all, because without y'all, this doesn't exist. So no, I'm not lit. I'm just showing gratitude and appreciation for y'all. And I do love y'all. We family. Real talk. Like, if I ran into one of y'all in the streets and y'all came in for a bro hug, like, I'm not that kind of dude. Like, if I don't know you, you might catch a nice stiff form. Like, hey, bro, back. Like, I don't know you like that. Now, if I run into somebody like Louie T and you come dap me up, bro, you getting a bro hug. Like, we coming in because we family. Like, it's all good. It's all love. So, it is what it is. Abel Ambrosio writes, Dallas, Eagles, Dallas, Giants, we coming. Lou, hit that nHo. You need it again? You need it again? I got you again.
New Howell order.
You know what it is, bro. We definitely coming for that ass. Pause. And I said 5-1 on the Super Friends stream. I didn't stutter. Now, I think it's more realistically 4-2, because I think we're going to split with both the Eagles and the Cowboys. I already told you, we busting the Giants' head to the white meat show 2 times. I ain't satisfied with a split with their ass. If we don't beat them twice, I'm going to be disappointed. I'm sick of Daniel Jones beating us. He not good enough to be sweeping us and shit like that. He done that too many times. And now he got Giants fans thinking, hey, we're going to lose to Washington. They treating us like how the Eagles treat them. Nah, you don't get to stepson us, bro. You do not get to son us. That shit ends this year. When I put out a hit and a vendetta on a team in the division, oh, we definitely getting their ass. Remember, I did it in 2020 with the Eagles. Week 1. I put a hit on their head. Last year, I said, nah, Eagles, I need it again. Sick of this shit. We did it. Dallas was in 20. I think Dallas was 2022. It was last year, and we got Dak in the final game of the season. I didn't expect that. I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna sit here and act like I thought we was gonna beat Dallas. I thought we were gonna lose that game, but I'm not afraid of none of them teams. The Giants, though, at the top of the list. Like, I don't want them thinking they can carry us like that. Like we some scrubs, and they gonna just show up and they gonna beat us. Like, Bad Dog too damn confident beating us twice. I think he picked us to beat them once, though. Bad Dog, he's a modern. He's a nice guy. He's nice in the offseason. Remember how Bad Dog was acting when the Giants was getting busy last year during the regular season, when he started talking crazy about Tiki Barber being better than Emmitt Smith. Bad Dog got in his bag. Don't take him for granted, and don't take his kindness for weakness. He just a real nice guy until the game start. Then once the game start, his adrenaline get flowing and he start talking crazy. So watch out for him. He'll be your friend in the off season. When the season start, Bad Dog trying to take your head off. So don't fall for that nice guy act. Okay, I'm trying to take his shit off now because I know when we get into the regular season, he's gonna be talking cold hard cash. He ain't gonna be talking that. Oh man, hey, you guys are really tough. And I think you guys are going to split. He's going to be looking to sweep the hell out of our ass. So I'm going to beat him to the punch. Now, we busting your shit. We busting your shit. Abner Duran, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. My guy, Ab, writes, born 1974, Lou. I knew it. I was like, oh, you a fan since 85? That means you a 70s baby. So you was 11 at the time. I love it. Ab, can I tell you? This no homo. This just me just telling you, you look good for your age, man. And I tell people that all the time. If somebody look good and they aging well, I let them know, bro, you don't look a day over 35. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. You look good, man. So whatever you're doing, keep it up. All right. So you wear 74 well, not the age, but the year. You wear it well, bro. Just telling you. Gerald D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Gerald writes, hola and good morning here in Spain. Nice to catch you live. Wow. In Spain, huh? Damn, why I can't think of good morning? I took 3 years of Spanish and can't speak a lick of this shit. I wanted to say buenos noches. That's good night, though. What the hell is good morning? Damn, I'm terrible, man. Why you ain't just say good morning in Spanish? I needed that. I appreciate you, Gerald, man. I'm glad you were able to catch me live. I appreciate you repping all the way from Spain. Hold us down over there, man. Hold us down in Spain, bro. I appreciate you. And hey, cheers to my guy Gerald in Spain, holding the squad down. Really appreciate you, Gerald D. Appreciate you. Buenos dias. I don't know why I couldn't think of that, man. I'm terrible, man. Terrible, bro. Dias. Y'all see y'all all over it, man. I couldn't think of good morning, man. That's why y'all family, because y'all got my back. Shout out to my guy Gerald D over in Spain. Shout out to my guy Ab over in Mexico. Appreciate y'all. Rocky D. Every time I say Rocky, I think of Rocky loves Emily. Rocky loves Emily. Come on now. Tell me y'all don't be thinking about that. Rocky D. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. That predates some of y'all. I know. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB who writes, speaking of college football, who do you have? Vatech versus ODU this Saturday. I'm always riding with the squad. We upset them in 2015. That shit was massive when it happened. We was in the streets that night. You would have thought we just beat the #1 team in the nation. But I'm always going to rock with ODU. I'm always going to ride with my squad. I'm not going to lie to you. I don't expect us to beat them this time around, but I'm going to rock with them, and I'm going to roll with them. And I'm also keeping an eye on Virginia. They playing a ranked opponent this week and see what they do. But I'm an ODUer. I'm a Monarcher through and through. And I hope they get it done against Vatech. So, yeah, you know how I ride. Lil June. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Lil June writes, I still can't believe Dan is gone. God is good. Ain't he? Won't he do it? God is good all the time. Let me hear the congregation say it. God is good. That's right. All the time. We prayed for times like this, man. No, real talk. We prayed for times like this. We really did. I didn't know if they were ever going to come, but we prayed for times like this. It took a while. 23 years, borderline 24. We got there, man. We got to the finish line. And this season, I feel like, and moving forward, is going to make it all worth it. For those of us who experienced and endured all 23/24 years of the Snyder reign of terror, this season is going to feel like vindication, because we making it to the playoffs, and depending on who we get, I can't guarantee you a playoff win. I won't go that far, but we making it to the playoffs this year. I won't guarantee that either, but I'm this close to doing it. I'm crushing your head. I'm crushing your head. Do y'all know where I got that from? If somebody get that in the comment section, I'm crushing your head. I'm crushing your. Somebody get that in the comment section. I might have to give you a hat for free. Anyway. Joe Rock had been a member for 21 months. Stand up. We in the building. Y'all know what it is. Who writes, it's a new day. Ain't it though? Ain't it though? No, seriously. Ain't it though? I mean, that's what I talked about earlier. Like, don't allow your brain to revert back to what was yesteryear when you expect the worst to happen. I told you how I used to operate. I'm hoping for the best, expecting the worst. That's not me no more. I'm not that guy no more. I'm not that dude anymore. I'm not expecting the worst anymore. I'm expecting us to take care of business now. That's why I'm not afraid to talk that talk about Arizona in week 1. The past me would have been like, nah, man, respect Arizona. They looking at us like food. We heard the podcast and what they were saying about us. They looking at us like food. I don't give a shit they looking at us like food. We about to devour their ass in week 1. We about to cook that bird in week 1. I ain't worried about Arizona. I ain't looking at Arizona. I'm looking past those boys, even though I'm not really looking past them. That's a figure of speech. Don't take me literal on that, because this is the NFL still, and you respect all your opponents. But that ain't changing the fact that I expect to bust those boys over the skull in week 1 and put those boys on a rotisserie stick and spin them around the block a couple of times and get them nice and crispy. That ain't changed the fact that I expect to beat these boys by a bare minimum of 3 scores. That shit doesn't change. It's a new day, man. And it's a new day because we got a real offensive coordinator and we got a real quarterback. That changes everything. If this roster is better than it was last year, but it's not like exponentially better than it was last year. It's better than it was last year. The offensive line, way better. Emmanuel Forbes upgraded the cornerback position. Quan Martin, I think, is going to help us. Like Chase Young, healthy this year, right? A lot of changes. How much better are we? Jahan, year 2, Diami, confident. I don't know. You know what I do know? Sam Howell is an upgrade over what we had for the past 5 years. Easy. That's what I do know. And because of that, and in conjunction with Eric Bieniemy, don't worry about a damn thing. I ain't worried about a damn thing. All right. Let me look in the comment section real fast, because I see a lot of Austin Powers. Nah, that ain't where I got that from. Austin Oh, shit. Somebody got it. Abel Ambrosio got that shit. Kids in the hall. What the hell you know about kids in the goddamn hall, man? Damn. Hit me up, Abel. I'm going to have to send you a hat, bro. I'm going to have to send you a hat, man. I got to send you a hat. Hit me up. Get in my DM on Twitter. On Twitter is the best way. If you don't have Twitter, that's fine. Email me. Kids in the hall is where that's where Austin Powers got it from. He didn't make that shit up himself. He got that from Kids in the Hall. I'm crushing your head. That's where he got it from. Y'all don't know shit about Kids in the Hall, man. Anyway. Abel, you weren't supposed to know shit about Kids in the Hall. The hell you doing, man? You got to be older than I think, too. Abel. You weren't supposed to know that shit. Rocky D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Rocky D, greatly appreciate you. My guy, Rocky D, writes, Rocky loves Emily. Rocky loves Emily. 3 ninjas. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. You got it. That didn't go over your head. He says, I think I was born in 90. He said, I think. Nah, you don't. Nah, you got it. That's 3 ninjas right there, bro. Y'all said I was talking through a string in a can. That's what he was talking through to Emily. She lived across the way. He had a string in a can. He was talking to Emily through the can, man. String in a can. He says, I was born in 96. I went to ODU 2. Fellow Monarch. You know what it is. Monarch stick together. I was there when ODU won as well. Couch was on fire on Killam Ave. LOL, you ain't never lied, bro. That shit was crazy. I'd never seen ODU that lit before. And I spent 5 years there. Never saw it. I never saw ODU lit like that before, man. That shit hit different. I love when the city is up like that. Because we don't have no professional teams. So, we don't never get lit for nothing like that. We don't have a reason to do that. So that was a big deal. That was a real big deal. We come out every now and again. Norfolk State have a homecoming. Battle of the Bay, Hampton come to town. The city turn up for that, but it ain't like, that ain't major. You know what I'm saying? Like, they was in the streets after that game. Like, that shit was real. Anyway, I digress. Chris T, stand up. We in the building. Chris T, member for 7 months. Says 3 ninjas, bro. LOL. You know what it is. You know the vibes. You got it. I really feel like it's our time, but I'm still moving in silence. But the league about to be on notice. Ain't nothing wrong with that. A wise man once told me, the G's move in silence. The weak start riots. Ain't nothing wrong with moving in silence. Again, my aim is not to bring attention to us because I just want to bring attention to us. My aim is to make them respect us. Me talking ain't going to do that. So I'm sort of wasting my voice, but I don't mind wasting my voice for the good of the squad because I don't feel like I'm wasting it this year. Past years, I was wasting my shit. I don't feel like I'm wasting it this year. But nothing I'm going to say is going to change anybody's mind. The only thing that's going to change people who don't believe is the play on the field. Sam's got to go out and do it. The team has to go out and do it. We got to win football games. Sam can go out and bless the Eagles in week 4 for 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, 27 to 35 for 385 and 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. And if we lose the game 34 to 30, the Eagles fans might respect Sam, but they still gonna clown us, right? Y'all still trash. They might be like, yo, okay, Sam, he bought that life though. Shit. He ain't to be effed with. But they still gonna shit on us though. You gotta win football games. Because even if Sam doesn't have a great game and we win, they could talk shit, but you know what I say? But he beat your ass, though. He beat you. He beat Hurts. Just like he beat Dak. Something Hurts hasn't done yet. Anyway. Let's see. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor. Stand up. We in the building. Been a member for 24 months, 2 years. Y'all know what it is. Bow to my man Metaphor. Shout out to Metaphor for all of the dope logos that he sent me, including the one y'all see behind me right here. That's Metaphor right there. He sent that to me. He created all of those in multiple colors. Shout out to Metaphor. Says midnight anniversary. Got that Gibby membership. I love it, man. Got that 24-month joint going, bro. I love it. Appreciate you, Metaphor. And Metaphor's got his own merch too. Like, don't sleep on what he's got going on. He's a really talented dude, really creative. Check him out. Hey, Metaphor, drop your link in the description, man. I mean, in the link comment section right now, man. Let them know what you're doing, so they can go find your merch, man. You got some pretty hot stuff too, man. Like, don't discriminate. Congratulate and spread it, right? Like, this is a movement right now. Get on it. All right, that was the last. Oh, I got one more here. Rocky D, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Rocky D writes, what would you do if Sam Howell rocked your hat? Will the price go up? LOL. Nah, the price don't change. The demand would change, obviously. Sam, I can tell you right now, this is my psychology background kicking in. Sam is not the type to self-grandize. So he's not going to wear a hat that is promoting himself. He would promote somebody else with a hat on, but he's not going to promote himself. Also, Sam doesn't strike me as a hat dude. Sam likes at press conferences to take his hair and push the shit up 15 times. And like, that's comforting for him. Like when it's like a nervous tick, even though he may not be nervous. That's just something that he does, and he doesn't even think about it. He just does it. Like, we all have things that we do that we don't even think about we're doing, but we do it subconsciously over and over again. And that's his thing. When he's at the podium, that's why he always looks like he has bed hair, right? Is he takes his hands and he ruffles it through his hair. He's not a hat guy. So when have you seen Sam wear a hat before? I'd be more inclined to get a guy like Terry or Gibby or somebody like that wears hats on a regular basis to rock it during the season. That would be more likely than, say, Sam rocking the hat. He wouldn't rock a hat, that's promoting himself. That's not who he is. Anyway, I digress. Now the price wouldn't go up. I would be stoked if any of the commanders wore nHo. I'm trying to figure out how I can get it in somebody's hands, honestly, because shit finna blow. I know he finna blow this year, so I know the shit's gonna take off. It's just a matter of, can I get it into? I think Terry would rock it if I could just get it to him. I just got to get it to him. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody had I forgot the name of those hats last year, but everybody had those hats. Same hat. It's like somebody gave it to him. One thing I've learned about people with money, and I'm always really like hypercritical of this. Like, why are we giving people with money stuff for free when they can afford it? We don't give people who broke stuff for free. We make them pay for everything, but we give the people with money stuff for free. But in this particular case, it makes sense because that's free advertising. You know, why did Brian Robinson's friend's business blow up with the big ass hats? Because Brian Robinson wore his hat after a game and people saw it and was like, oh, that's dope. I want one of those. Like, it's free advertising. So you'll give something free to somebody like that. I don't understand like why you would give Beyonce free McDonald's. That shit ain't helping you. Beyonce ain't gonna like your post on Instagram. She's not gonna follow you on Instagram because you gave her a free number 8 and you supersized her fries for her. Like, why you giving her shit free? You know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you got a product and you know by giving it to somebody who is in a position that is going to get it out to the masses, give that shit to them for free. Damn right. I don't understand why people give things that aren't going to help you in any way, shape, or form. And I know why. You know, again, people want to be liked. So they feel like, oh my gosh, she's gonna like me if I give her something for free. I guess. But anyway, I digress. I said I was gonna go back and look for the super chats for my guy, and he's in here somewhere. I just gotta find him. Keebler Cookie Man. I'm gonna go look and see if there's any. Ooh, that's good. That's a good point right there. Let's see. JP. His super chat. Okay, perfect. So if there was a super chat comment from Keebler Cookie Man, it'd be up this way. All right, let me see where David is. He's 2 away. So David, Mark Matthews. So there he is right there. Keebler Cookie Man, we're going to start looking to see if there's a comment from you anywhere. If not, I appreciate you for the hundo. All right. I'm not seeing anything. I think that was just some love, man. I think that was just all love from Keebler Cookie Man. So this is what I encourage y'all to do. I always assume that when you super chat, but there's nothing there, I always assume that you made a mistake. Because sometimes super chats, if that's your first time doing it or you're not used to doing it, you can make a mistake real easy and not put your comment in there and super chat and you just spent your money. And I get that. So I always try to make sure that I read your comment. But if you just supporting, if you like, nah, I'm just trying to support, just say that. Just type in, hey, bro. You can even just put one word in, like support. You know, if you don't want to be, you know, overly typey or whatever. But if you supporting, I just say, bro, just wanted to show some love. Right? That's it. Like, just let me know so I don't have to go looking to make sure that I didn't miss anything from you. Like you tried to super chat and you made a mistake. But I really appreciate you, Keebler Cookie Man. Really appreciate that. All right. So I'm feeling like that was just love. That was just support from Keebler Cookie Man. I don't really see anything in here to support the contrary. So I appreciate you, Keebler Cookie Man, man. I really do appreciate you, bro. Really do appreciate you, Frank McLaughlin. Really appreciate y'all, man. Really appreciate everybody that supported, that super chatted, all of you in the comment section that have been commenting back and forth. That's been holding the kid down. That's been helping promote this. That hit the like button. I appreciate all of y'all, man. Y'all know what it is. It's all love. We fam out here. And hey, look, not to be on some New Jack City shit, but this is real. We about to have one final toast for the night. This is some real shit. We all we got. When I first started this channel, I had this show called The Redskins Report. And the first intro, I had this whole long little spiel that I would read off. Go back and watch it if you are interested. But it was like nobody said it would be easy. But the message, the overall message is we all we got. And Ron's message is we got everything we need in this room. We all we got. Don't nobody else believe in us but us. I wouldn't have it any other way. I don't want nobody. Like, I was mad when people started saying, oh, Sam Howell, nice all of a sudden. Nah, F that. That's not where you was 2 weeks ago. I want to hear that shit now. You over there, stay over there. You chose a side already. When you told her, when the dude for one of these gambling sites, we at 6.5, over under 6.5. And this man proceeded to rip us. He used to work for ESPN. Best believe when Sam blow this shit up and we win 10, 11 games this year, I'm going to find his ass. I'm going to air his monkey ass out. I'm petty, man. I told y'all, this is why JC don't let me have nice things when it comes to this team. Because he's like, bro, you too damn petty. I will spend 2 hours searching this man out so that I can post something so he knows you're not getting off scot-free, bro. That ain't how it works. You don't get to have your shit trending on social media. You ripping us, talking about how bad the offensive line is, how Sam Howell is a joke. You don't get to get away with that shit because this is what you do for a living. No, you was wrong. You got to pay for that. Don't nobody believe but us. And that's fine. You saw what they said on the Super Friends stream last night. I don't think anybody had us winning more than 7 games. I think 6 was the highest. They think we're going to be trash. I don't remember all of the records. I got them in front of me right here. I don't know why. 6-11, 7-10, 5-12. 7 was the highest. Law gave us 7 wins. That's what they think of us. You knew LB was going to shit on us. So 5-12, I wasn't shocked by that. I wanted to bet him. I wish I would have been in my right frame of mind because I wanted to bet him. Bro, I bet you we win more than 5 games. You want to put money on that? I bet you he wouldn't have did it. He wouldn't have done that. Because he's scared of us for real. This the psychological. Like, all the Eagles fans that's on social media, they minions. They can't think for themselves. You know, they clowns. I love trolling them because they got peanuts for brains. Most of those Eagles fans. Of all the fan bases in the division, we're the most humble. You know why? Because we ain't had shit since the early 90s. So we don't talk shit. We don't mess with nobody. We don't try to get under nobody's skin because we don't want no smoke. I want y'all to stop being scared. I get it. I know why you've been scared. They haven't given you a reason to not be. They haven't given you the confidence to go out and say, nah, we're going to beat y'all this week. I understand why you guys are afraid to come from out of the shadows. My guy, let me find my guy. Let me find my guy real quick. Cody Primo says, I appreciate what you do, Lou. I just do it quietly. Cody represents 70 to 75% of our fan base. He does. And I'm not mad at that. Cody rather keep a low profile. And Cody might just be an introvert. He might just prefer to just keep a low profile. Like, that's not who I am. That's not my personality to be loud, you know, and talking shit. That's not who I am. But some fans do want to talk shit. They just don't want to talk it because they know the team isn't going to back them up and they're going to look like a damn fool. It's more of that going on than just that's not who I am. And that's fine. But what I want y'all to start doing is start reprogramming yourself into thinking, why not us? Why not Washington? Why not us? We got Terry, we got Jahan, we got Curtis, we got Diami, we got Brian Robinson, we got Antonio Gibson, we got Sam Howell, we got Logan Thomas, we got Cole Turner. Why not us? We got Chase Young, we got Montez Sweat, Deron Payne, Jonathan Allen, Kendall Fuller, Benjamin St. Juice, Emmanuel Forbes, Defoe, Cam Curl, Danny Johnson. Why not us? Huh? Why not? We're not some scrubs. We're not a ragtag group. We ain't the little giants out here no more. Commanders, help us, God. We ain't doing that shit no more. That ain't who we are no more. That was some 2020, 2021 shit. We over that. We under new management. Shout out to Mickey Howard. We under new management. We got ourselves a quarterback. And we got a shit ton of talent, man. Don't let nobody tell you otherwise. I'm not telling you to go out here and find random people in the streets and try to convince them that Washington's going to win 10 games this year. I just want you to understand that it's okay if you think we're going to win to say we're going to win and not feel like, oh my God, I'm jinxing it. If I say we're going to win, we're going to lose. F that. It's okay to be confident in your team's ability to go out and get a dub because that's what good teams do. We're not there yet, but the only way we're going to get there is if we speak that shit into existence. I'll lead the charge. I ain't afraid. Y'all know I ain't scared. I ain't never scared. One more time. Those who don't hear, they feel. I can tell you all day long till my face turns blue, the stove is hot. But you don't want to listen. Go ahead, touch it. Touch it. Bet you won't touch it again. They're not listening. They don't want to hear us. They think we joking. We're joshing. We're just kidding. We're the Commanders. It's funny. Ha ha. Okay. When we come to your city, when we come to your town, and we bust your head and you look like a clown, they'll see it differently then. Y'all know what it is. We up. Put the word out. Want everybody to put the word out. We cheers into this. We toast into this. Everybody put the word out. This ain't like before. We got new ownership and we got a quarterback and an offensive coordinator and a boatload of talent. We been strapped on defense. I don't know what they're going to do, but I know we got talent over there. I know the offense ain't going to average 18.9 points a game this season. For that, I say, put the word out. We back up. Let's roll these boys. Cheers. DC Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Thank you for being a member of the MOBB. DC Dude says, hashtag HTTMFC, Lou. I don't know what that is. Hold on. Hail to the mother effing commanders. There it is. I got it. Being a little slow. It ain't go over my head, though. Hit me right in the face. Boop. I'm good. You know what it is. Cheers to that. DC Dude. Hail to the mother effing commanders. Cheers. Metaphor. Thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, I don't invest for ego. I invest to win. That ain't my words. That ain't metaphor words. Those are the words of Irving Magic Johnson. I ain't doing this, and I ain't been doing this for over a decade for my ego. I do this shit because I love it. Man, I love it. I love it. Damn it, I love it. I love this shit, man. And he thought I was being emotional like Carl Thomas. I'm emotional. I wasn't being emotional. I was just telling y'all how I feel, man. I love y'all. I love this, and I love y'all because y'all allow me to do this. How many people get to do what they actually love in life every day? Y'all afford me the ability to do what I love to do. You damn right I love y'all. Be a damn fool to think otherwise. DC Dude, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Double up. Thank you for doubling up. Who writes, the good Lord says, and the Lord says, you got to rise up. Nah, that ain't what you were saying. The last shall be first, and the first shall be last. Hashtag HTTMFC. First off, I got on my wife about this. You can't involve the Lord or JC in a comment with a curse word in the same sentence. That's tough to do. Now, you had HTTMFC. So you abbreviated it, but we know what it means. But I know where you at. I know where your heart at. So we rocking with it. And yes, the last shall be first and the first shall be last. We were last. I don't know if we go on the first. The Eagles are tough. I think they're going to take a step back, but 12-5 is a step back from 14-3. So I don't know if they take a large enough step back. I want Jalen Hurts to prove it again. I think he's legit though. You know, the only way they get derailed is if they have some injuries at receiver because they really don't have a ton of receiver depth. They frontline receivers and tight ends are legit. You peel back some of those layers and you're like, what's this? I'm not wishing injury on nobody though. That ain't how I roll. I don't want no excuses. You saw Law got an excuse for Dak for every. Oh man, Dak had a thumb injury. He got an excuse for every situation. I don't want that. I ain't trying to hear that shit. When I mop your ass, I don't want to hear this dude had this and that. I don't want to hear that. So, anyway, I digress. That's the last super chat. I appreciate y'all kicking it with the kid tonight, man. This was a lot of fun. This was what we needed before the start of the season to reflect on the offseason that was. We free. And I can't state that enough. The fact that we suffered and endured for as long as we did, and we made it to the mountaintop. Dr. Martin Luther King said, I might not be there. I might not see when y'all get there. I might not see y'all when y'all get there. I might not be there. but y'all gonna make it to the mountaintop. I might not be there with y'all. I thought that was gonna be me. I ain't bullshitting you, man. I was like, I might not be there when y'all get to the mountaintop, when y'all free yourselves of this bullshit ass owner. I might not be here, but I'm gonna preach the word. Free at last. Free at last. Almighty. We are free at last. God, Almighty God, we are free at last. I didn't think it was going to happen. I don't want this season to just be about becoming free. I want us to take the regular season and turn it into a thing. I want 2023 to be represented by more than just we were freed from the shackles of Daniel Snyder. That shit is huge. Again, and you know how I feel about that. I want this to be not just about that. I want it to be about finding a franchise quarterback for the first time since Kirk Cousins. But if we're being particular, 1985. And then I also wanted to be Washington made it to the playoffs and won a playoff game for the first time. I'm trying to get rid of a lot of shit in 1 year. You win 11 games and you win a playoff game. You're no longer the worst team in the league in terms of the last time you won 11 games or more in a season. You're no longer on that list because soon we're going to be at the top of that bitch. Playoff droughts. You know, last time, like we're at like number 3 right now. I think it's 2 teams like Detroit and somebody else might be higher than us. I know Detroit is one of those teams. Might be, I think it's the Raiders. I think it's Detroit. They ain't won a playoff game since the 90s, like 91. And I think it's the Raiders. They haven't won a playoff game since they went to the Super Bowl at 2002, right? I think those teams are ahead of us, and then we at 05 at number 3. I need that shit to go away. I don't want to get to the top of that list. The Lions look real dangerous this year. They're like, yo, F that list. I'm trying to get my name off the top of that shit. I don't want to be at the top of that list. I'm trying to kill every single bird that we can with this one stone this year. New owner, over 10 wins, win a playoff game. I'm trying to kill all them shits in 1 year. And I don't feel bad saying that because it's plausible. Will it happen? I don't know. But I'm not, no longer am I aiming for mediocrity. I'm not cool with just hitting a landmark and being okay. I'm trying to shoot for the stars, and if I miss, so be it. But I'm not afraid. Metaphor, thank you for the super chat. Greatly appreciate you. Metaphor writes, they don't have to step. We pushing them back. I love it. Talk that shit. It's our time, man. For too long, we've been quiet. And I know why. I don't blame y'all. But that's just over for me. There are times where, and during the season, I'm a lot more boisterous during the off season because ain't no games being played. You can talk all the shit you want when ain't no wins and losses being counted yet. You get into the regular season and you won in 4. Normally that means shut the hell up. I didn't shut up. And I damn sure wasn't gonna shut up when we were 7-5 or 7-5-1. But then when we got to the end of the season and 3 of the 4 teams are in the division and we was the one on the outside looking in, time for me to shut my damn mouth. I ain't trying to shut up this year. I don't want the Eagles to be able to stand on the crutch of you was at home. That was your Super Bowl. Now, F that. We come into your house. We disrespecting you again. And this time you ain't going to be able to divert the conversation in a different direction that deflects from the fact that we came in there and we smacked your ass in your own house when you were undefeated and you thought you was going to stomp a mud hole in us. Nah, don't let them divert from that. That's what I'm looking to do. Change the narrative. Y'all want to change the narrative, and y'all want to circle around and go to the fact that y'all made it to the Super Bowl and we ain't make it to the playoffs. That ain't what we talking about. We talking about we came to your house and we stomped the mud hole in your ass in your building when you were undefeated. When you thought you weren't looking at us, you was looking past us. And we had to remind you, bitch, we a family member. You better respect me. They don't want to respect us. Don't worry. I ain't here looking to earn respect no more. I'm taking that shit. I ain't a nice guy no more. This is why JC don't give me nothing, because I'm not a nice guy when it comes to the disrespect that's been shown to us. I'm real petty, and he know that. And so I'm not looking to be nice. I'm not looking to earn respect. I'm looking to take that shit. You don't want it? You don't want to give it to me? That's fine. I'll take it. I'm not asking for your respect. I come and take it from you. Anyway, I digress. That's going to do it for me, your man, Louie T. I thank you guys for joining me tonight. This was a lot of fun. This was everything. This stream was everything that I wanted but didn't know that I needed. I'm ready for the regular season after this. I've been ready, but I'm ready now. Next level ready. I appreciate y'all. College football this weekend. Check it out. You can or you can't. Doesn't matter. We'll be back. LouieTeeNetwork in full effect starting Monday. Now, I got to see how Monday goes. I told y'all my wife going out of town Labor Day weekend, not coming back until Monday. So that may alter the schedule. I may not start my LouieTeeNetwork season until Tuesday. We'll see. It just depends. She might be tired when she get home. I don't want to just throw the kids on her, immediately, because it's Labor Day. Nobody's going to school, work, none of that. So we'll see how everything goes. So worst case scenario, y'all will see me on Tuesday. But my goal is to see y'all on Monday. If not, definitely Tuesday. Anyway, I digress. Y'all take care. Have a good one. And as always,
New Howell order.
God bless. Cheers to a hell of a season. It's going to be a hell of a ride. Cheers to the upcoming 2023 regular season and beyond. I'm looking to play some bonus football. Cheers to that. God bless and good night.